No, U.S. troops should definitely not be used in that fashion. And then I think Adams had agreed with you, but I think Anson, myself, and Moose, we represent some very different ways of thinking about what government's role is, and but we all agreed for different reasons that pretty bad idea to get U.S. troops involved going after drug cartels.
Yeah, and the thing of it is, there are a lot of reasons why I don't think getting the troops involved is maybe not the best decision. And again, like I told you to, I do kind of feel like it's trying to put a Band-Aid over a bleeding artery, taking that, because while it will have an immediate impact, there's always somebody willing to fill the vacuum. If you cut off the head of a snake, there's always
besides the potential for civilian casualties being lost and the potential for some diplomatic aid between the U.S. and Mexico. And there's a lot of reasons not to do it. But I don't know. The law enforcement issue is a big issue for me too. I think there's a lot of corruption there, and I think that because of that corruption, law enforcement tends to focus on they want the big busts that are going to generate lots of extra funds for them, and tend to let all the other stuff go.
Mojo, let me ask you a question. You make a great argument all the time for the Second Amendment, and the incumbent I'm running against, Darren LaHood in Rockford, Peoria, he's a gun grabber that wants to raise the age of the minimum age to buy what they call an assault rifle. So I'm just wondering, if we really enacted the Second Amendment nationwide in the same way that like Georgia or Texas had carry laws and a lot more lenient licensing and no database tracking, etc. On the whole, couldn't we save a lot of money on the NDA and our national defense by essentially arming our population and giving us, great, great gun rights once again?
That's not the argument that I would use against your opponent. The argument that I would use would be one that speaks to his constituents. I believe that, think about the wrong concept.
Focus on the history of how gun rights, specifically the prohibition, has been very racistly applied. And it targets poor people. Everything from bullet taxes to registration fees. I would tackle how it's discrimination against poor people and specifically people of color. That is where his constituents would have their ears perk up. I think you can make other arguments that would make your constituents' ears perk up, but if you get an opportunity to debate him or have his constituents listen, those are the points that I would hit. I would meet them where they're at with and talk to them about something that they care more about, which is discrimination.
Raising the age won't do anything. I mean, you can get a driver's license 17, some states 16. The average vehicle, the average car on the road doing 70 miles an hour is far more dangerous to the general public. You got it.
not to mention most of the kids that use guns get them from their parents anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I think there was that case that set a precedent. I think it was two parents last year, school shooting. Two parents that were both actually tried separately for involuntary manslaughter.
They were negligent moves. Like
they were,
I'm
not saying they were. I wouldn't say they were wrongfully. I was all for it. I mean, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say they were wrongly convicted, but that is. I mean, that is.
So I guess to say you can't say that law enforcement or dirt courts are not aware of the problem with to your point about parents and guns.
It tickled the hairs on the back of my neck when I found out that they were pursuing the parents, but that when you read the details of the case, it was just like, yeah, they were clearly
What is a liberal Democrat? Is there a difference between a populist liberal social democrat? I mean, at what point does it not just become a demonstration of an inversion or a reversal of, status quo in culture? I mean, what is a liberal Democrat?
Well, I would say that liberalism advocates for individual rights, and any Democrat that's advocating for collective rights is
I'd like to see you do some spicy topics in the Rational Discussion House too.
I mean, of course, there's always the typical, abortion and that type of thing. The first time people come with their passion, and the abortion issue is actually another one of those issues where I really don't think the left and the right are that far off. There's like generation of people to have to discussion.
Here's the problem with pro-lifers. I'll pick on them for a second, because it's easier to pick on the other side because they just want to murder babies. But let's pick on the pro-lifers for a second. They make the argument that it's an innocent life, but then they completely shit on their own argument when confronted with the question of what about rape or incest? And they're afraid to answer it in a way that really logically consent.
that it's murder, because if it's an innocent life form,
then it wouldn't matter if it's rape or incest, because your argument is that life is its own separate life, and that the sanctity of life is important and it's worth protecting. And so somebody's discomfiture of carrying that baby, and again, this isn't my position, it's just shooting down the inconsistency of the pro-life argument. If they really believe that life begins at conception and they're dedicated to protecting those lives, then when somebody asks them, what about cases of rape and incest, they would say, doesn't matter. That's the only logical consistent. It's the only consistent argument that they can make. And the moment they capitulate on that, you've really got them in checkmate, because they don't actually believe that it's a life being killed.
But of course, it's the hypocrisy of them.
Drugs can get abortion, but they have no issue with legal abortion clinics and giving people abortion 3 or offering advice to any women, teenagers, or victims of rape and incest. No problem taking their lives.
Well, how does it make? Doesn't logically make sense to kill people who are killing people. That's just more murder. But they are sanctioned and protected by the law, and it's a big racket. The point is, I think instead of taxpayers funding the racket, they should fund the mothers if they want the money. If you want $10,000 to have a baby versus giving $10,000 to an abortion doctor to murder your child, I say let's give the $10K to the woman so she can choose. I think a lot of these women that go to Planned Parenthood, about $60,000 a month, might opt in for a check versus having their children destroyed in their uterus. That's what I'm proposing. Yeah, I'm campaigning on that. I say cut the $1 billion a month in spending for Planned Parenthood. Stop killing 60,000 babies a month in this country. We have a population decrease happening because of the COVID-19 vaccinations. The mortality rate from COVID-19 vaccinations in 2020 is 20% higher than the average. I'm just saying, let's stop killing our people with big pharma, health insurance, abortionists. Let's let our people live. Just saying, let's set our priorities straight. Let's get our priorities in order. Let's get a to-do list going.
Why is it though that whether you talk to somebody on the left or the right, that you can't get them to pin down like what problem are you looking to solve? Right? If what we want is to end unwanted pregnancies, if what we wanted to do was if it's unwanted.
Nixon, you should stop pointing your semen at an egg. If you truly don't want
human behaviors and need to have kids. But if we wanted to really socially engineer things in a way that would have the outcomes that people say they want, what we would do is just encourage people that aren't married to just be gay. Because you're not going to create babies if you're having homosexual sex. And people will say that that's an absurd argument. Well, what about what I'm attracted to? Well, if the problem that you're trying to solve is you don't want unwanted pregnancies, you don't want abortions, you don't want child out of wedlock, whatever the problem is you're trying to solve, all of that stuff goes away if they're just gay.
Perfect. It's perfect, Lot.
Like, there's the problem. Stop. Immediately terminate your heterosexual attraction and realize, I gotta this.
It's just a bell-shaped curve, though. The media and the culture or the government can't influence the homosexual or bisexual, index. But for 30 days, where every business is displaying a rainbow flag, is that new in American culture and society or historical? I'd say it's probably still about on average. The point is, we're spending $1 billion every single, I think it's a minute, I can't remember, no, every single hour, basically, 20 billion a day, and there's 24 hours. So we're literally spending at the federal level $1 billion every single hour. And, only 600 million of that is collected in taxes, and maybe 400 million is just borrowed. So, when does it ever end? When does the cycle of graft and lobbying and disbursement of funds, when does it ever end? Will it ever end? Or should it ever end? That is the question in a liberal democracy today.
So here's some interesting statistics. So the federal government, they borrow $4.7 billion, okay, they borrow, and then they spend $18.6 billion, okay. So borrowing is $50 we're spending. Why don't we just pass a balanced budget? Like, what's the problem? Like, where is the objection, the legitimate objection to passing a balanced budget? Like, I'd love to hear a logical reason of why spending within the parameters of what we generate in terms of revenue. Like, why would we not do that? Is there a reason? I don't know. Texas did it, and Texas did all the states. So everybody should balance our practice. Get the balance budget, and it works out great. You're not having a war for
Well, you could look at the international government debts of all governments, Japan, etc. Look at the debt to GDP, and the fact that if we are borrowing this much right now in these other governments, like Spain, for example, owes like 1.2 trillion, 1.6 trillion. It's very high in the European index in terms of GDP and total debt. So if that is the paradigm or the equilibrium or the balance of the global currency system, we are actually in a very good place, knowing how much we are doing currency manipulation. We're getting away with it, and we're accusing everybody else of doing it. That's why Trump is so great.
I think what you need to because that higher.
Yeah, it's empire. Indians, when the British had a major revolution on their hands in India, and they were really worried they were going to lose it. And so, guess what they did? They mounted the biggest parade effort in their military, civilizational history, and they mesmerized the Indians. The Indians all lined up and were like, "Wow, look at this parade!" And so they hypnotized all the Indians into basically becoming submissive again, just with that communication, a show of force. So, I'm just wondering if America does show of force politics all the time. So I'm just wondering, when the next show of force will be, because our dollar demands it. I think debt resolution is real because I myself have a very large amount of debt, and I know that I am willing to do a meeting of the minds, but unfortunately the lender or the banker or the lawyer or the judge on the other end of this equation, we don't seem to have a meeting of the minds. But I think at the civilizational, super empire level, supranational, meeting of the minds with the world's largest nuclear, weaponry. I mean, our aircraft carriers are powered by nuclear power, and they're huge, and they carry nuclear bombs and we have an incredibly well-educated fleet of officers who can exact justice around the world. But I'm just asking, is that really justice? Unless it's a just war, I think you have a lot of veterans who are maybe kind of disgruntled. Like, there's a lot of Afghanistan vets and Iraqi vets who aren't so sure about why they were there. And I'm just asking, if it's not a just war, it doesn't sit well in the stomach.
John, I was on lunch the other day. It was a little Korea area, and I traveled with the right? He set up rentals that was X.
Well, I hate to throw the axe cord around. I'm just being facetious, but if, people want to ask me why I say ask instead of asking me my opinions on certain things like the budget or the deficit or the national debt and the unfunded liabilities. I don't know how many CPAs we have in the house, but
Do you guys know what the math is on the unfunded liabilities?
100 trillion.
Yeah, but I think they carry each American has around $84,000 per person.
Wrong. Try 110,000, 120,000, or maybe 400 or 600,000 for the unfunded liabilities, because the unfunded liabilities are 4 times that of the funded liabilities. So if everybody owes 110,000 on the funded, everybody owes 440,000 in the unfunded liabilities. Prove to me my math is wrong.
Define unfunded liabilities.
I have asked Grok many times, what is the difference between funded and unfunded liabilities? Guess what Grok's answer is, Dr. Moose? I can't give you the answer. I'd have to ask Grok again exactly how they define it. But the total sum debt is about 150 trillion. So that's the mind-blowing part. Is you can toss around 37 trillion all the time, but when you actually bring up the real number of about 150 trillion, it's mind-blowing. So, if you are a libertarian and you think we have too much regulation,
In order for that number to be truthful, you have to define the fact that you're calculating in unfunded liabilities. If you don't, with you're looking at the thing, that'll calculate unfunded liabilities in that way.
I'm just saying, whatever the numbers on USDebtClock.org say, the unfunded, I think it says 101 trillion, 110 trillion, and the funded is 37 trillion.
And all I'm saying about unfunded liabilities in particular, it's described to me to the neighborhood of $20 trillion unfunded liabilities over the next 2 years.
funded liabilities versus unfunded liabilities sort of implies that, you know what, we're necessarily on the hook for the unfunded because they were never approved for funding. So I think, you know, it's a little bit of a language game here.
What it implies is that the social welfare program was CEM. But it had the guidance support the tax dollars themselves.
Well, these are pension obligations, etc. In Chicago, they have a major pension crisis, but they are, see, the city of Chicago is about $50 billion in debt. The state of Illinois is about $200 billion in debt. And when you ask Grok, do they have to borrow to pay the pensions, even though they're $50 billion in debt and only bring in about $15 billion a year in budget and, you know, $10 billion a year in revenue? So they're absolutely paying the pensions by borrowing and adding to the overall debt. It's a word game.
What's wild is like, on a personal level, you don't have to do that. If you have a credit card, you can't use one credit card and pay off the other credit card. They frown upon it. They want to pay that off, you know, either your checking account or a debit card or something like that. They don't allow you to pay off what debt with credit. Oh my God, that's
It's because it's decentralized and dispersed to every single social security card number bearing American that there is. You are literally in the ledger through the social security network. I mean, it's all one giant network, and it just, you don't feel it, and you really don't feel it because inflation isn't a big problem. It's a problem, but it's not hyperinflation. We're not there yet. We got to get to about 2050 to where we start getting into like absolute hyperinflation, where eggs are, you know, $40, $30. A thing of milk is $30. Like that type of a grocery store situation for a lot of people who didn't move up, you know, their earnings. I mean, it'll be catastrophic. But what I'm saying is we shouldn't even get there. That's stupid to inflate our money like that and think that we can run the Federal Reserve and Congress like this fiat inflation bubble system. That's stupid economics. That's running a pizza shop at a loss for 25 more fucking years. No, you shut the pizza shop down and you reopen something else.
Yeah, but like building a football stadium in your city.
Yeah, you need taxpayer funding to do that, which is fucked up, isn't that? It's always going back to the taxpayer. Let's stop fucking the taxpayer. Let's stop fucking the voter. Let's stop fucking our citizens.
The existing stadium. Here's something to consider. So, if we're funding comfort, unfunded liability for Medicare, unfunded liability for Medicare is $13.55 trillion. Medicare Part A alone is $10 trillion of unfunded liabilities. Medicare Part B, $20 trillion shortfall. And Medicare Part D, $15 trillion shortfall. I mean, this is
Has unfunded liabilities larger than the U.S. national debt currently.
Say that like it's
Illinois, all the pension spending.
See, that makes sense, Mojo, that, you know, it is 50 trillion because if we're already spending 4 trillion on Medicare, Medicaid, and you know, blow that up by 10x over the next 25 years. See, that's the thing. It's like, over what time frame is that 50 trillion? Like, where do they get that $100 trillion unfunded liabilities number from? It's just a forward projection, but you know, this isn't liberal democracy, and it's not capitalism. What do you call it? Like crony fascism, fiat capitalism?
economic fascism.
So what? We just elect a new dictator every 4 years, and that's never gonna, like, that's the game. Is the dictator will never ever go back against economic fascism.
No, I think eventually it's gonna break. I don't know if you ever designed a video game that it's very taking into consideration the
a virtual pinball machine, and all of a sudden,
for a certain angle that the ball might hit. Now the ball's stuck and it's not moving. I have a feeling that that's what we're going to get to the point of the unintended consequence, which is going to be that the system is just going to break. And then at that point, I think what we do is we tell those foreign entities that we owe money to, as well as corporations, to go pound sand. And then the unfunded liabilities, we just tell the American people, sorry, we're not keeping these promises, and then we just hit a reset button. And if that's the inevitability, then my question is, why don't we just hurry up and do that?
I couldn't really hear you, Akima, but Mojo, I think there's like a generational component or a time value of generations, meaning that Chairman Powell, Chairman Trump, like they're more than happy to shake hands and let the status quo be and let bygones be bygones. I think that any kind of, I mean, I've told you this before, that there's like a 99.99% chance that the status quo now will be the status quo in the future now. And there will be no actual, deregulation in terms of, I guess, marketplaces. It seems to me like everything is totally bitted up, chopped up, completely organized to the highest extent possible. Therefore, like any kind of actual philosophical economic change most likely won't happen. It's so easy to say that the system is going to pop. But, I follow Peter Schiff, and I've read many of his father's books, Erwin Schiff's books, and Peter is killing two birds with one stone by being a financial advisor and claiming that the Federal Reserve and the U.S. dollar is going to crumble, and that if you invest in his gold stocks and in his gold indexes and use him as your asset manager, you stand the greatest chance of surviving the crash. He's, brilliant in that regards because he plays the contrarian, and a lot of people are contrarians, but the chances are that he's just trying to improve his status in the status quo. So I think that's the actual truth, is you have to play the game to improve your status in the status quo, but the status quo will persist because the system is so bidded and well organized at this point. Exhausted with the game, but the property taxes are so high that in many ways you can't stop working, and your retirement is at risk with massive pensions and all these unfunded liabilities, and the only way they can get their money seems to be property taxes. So, the solution for long-term financial survival could be being in a place that has no property taxes.
opt for tax increases over that, just because it's the devil that they know.
Keep up. You there? Up. 100 times 1,000.
This is the hagfish. Forget scales, forget bones, even a jaw. Wrinkled and pale, it slithers through the abyss with a single powerful nostril, a super sniffer that detects the faintest whiff of a deceased creature from miles away. But how does this boneless wonder actually eat? Hidden under its chin lies a toothy trapdoor. Once safely inside its feast, the hagfish deploys this weapon, scraping and shredding flesh with its sharp teeth, a powerful tongue that slurps up the resulting mush. But the hagfish has another trick up its slimy sleeve. When threatened, it unleashes a truly remarkable defense mechanism. Slime, expanded a mind-boggling 10,000 times in water. This slime creates a tangled mess of protein threads that disorients and confuses any attacker. This slimy escape plan is so effective. Predators leave frustrated, leaving the hagfish free to continue its deep-sea scavenging. This
Did you expect the name drop to go that long?
So, what's the exact period of time? Are you going 16, 18 to 2025? From inception, yeah. I'm glad you're now saying
1919, you're not saying that black people were indigenous to the United States.
I'm talking about, right? But that's exactly what those numbers show. They reclassified people to the black population. That's how it grew. That's the only way it can go to the numbers. If they put other groups of people together that all look the same and make them one group of people, that's the only way the population can grow that way. The only way.
Let me ask ChatGPT. See what they think. Hold on. We should invite all the ladies to come up. I like when the ladies are up here.
And another thing that's crazy, when you look at the numbers, you break the Europeans, you break not just Europeans, you break everybody down by their nationality. It's more black people. We are the third largest group. First is Germans, then it's Mexicans, then it's Black Americans, then it's Irish, then it's English. We have the Irish beat by like 5 million. We have the English beat by 15 million. Somehow them Germans sneaky as fuck, because there's 44 million of them. I'm not sure how that happened. I did read to how they was allowed to come. The Germans was pretty sneaky. But it took about almost 10 million Germans to get to 44 million. In the same time period, it took 388,000 blacks to get to 36 million.
All right, so let me tell you what ChatGPT GPT is telling me. So starting point 1619, the first documented group of Africans arrived in English colonies in Virginia in 1619, around 20 to 30 people. Over the next 200 years, more Africans were brought through the transatlantic slave until it was banned in 1808 in the U.S. and through natural population growth. Let's see. Step 2, the slave trade and early growth. Historians estimate that 388,000 Africans were brought directly to what became the U.S. between 1619 and 1808. By the first census in 1790, there were 757,000 black people, both enslaved and free, roughly 19% of the total population. From there, growth was mostly natural increases in births minus death because the slave trade had ended. And then pre-Civil War expansion from 1790 to 1860. In 1790, 757,000 black Americans. In 1860, 4.4 million black Americans. This huge jump was from high birth rates and relative stable survival rates, even under slavery. The enslaved population had a higher birth rate than death rate, which is unusual in most of the Caribbean and South America where conditions were deadlier. Post-Civil War growth from 1865 to 1900. Emancipation freed 4 million people. By 1900, 8.8 million black Americans. This doubling over 40 years fits a natural growth rate of 1.7 per year. 20th century growth. 1900, we had 8.8 million. By 1950, we're up to 15 million. Industrialization, better health care, migration to cities. By 2000, there was 36 million. Medical advances, lower infant mortality, longer life expectancy, continued high fertility into the mid-20th century. And today, the census of 2020 had 41 million people identifying as black alone, 46 million if you include identifying as black in combination with another race. That's an average growth rate of roughly 2.1 per year over 230 years, with most of it coming from natural increase rather than immigration. Post-slave trade immigration from Africa and Caribbean is a much more recent, smaller factor. So the simple math is, it went from 388,000 to 41 million at a growth rate of 2.1.
Okay, now ask why the black Americans outpaced white Americans by such a large margin. Like, why, like, how is it possible that black Americans grew 100 times when they only grew 5 times? Like, how is that? Celebrate that.
Let's see. I'll ask. These are good questions. It actually says no. The black population in the U.S. has never outpaced white Americans in terms of total numbers or growth rate over a long run. Here's why. Starting numbers were vastly different. In 1790, the first census, where there was 3.17 million white Americans versus 757,000 black Americans. Whites already outnumbered blacks 4 to 1. Both groups grew mainly by natural increase. What's the number? Looking for the actual percentage. What's the actual percentage? Tell me, I'm going to ask it again. What was the growth rate per year by race? Okay, let's see. Okay, so the white population growth rate it started in 1790. We had 3.17, and then by 1860 was up to 27 million. They went from 3 to 27 in the same period of time where blacks went from 750,000 to 4.4 million.
Well, now that is immigration.
But we're talking about population growth. So
You just said birth rate, so we can put birth rate of immigration.
No, I said I typed in growth rate. So the growth rate.
I thought that birth rate.
So in 1790, there was 3.17 million white people and 757,000 black people. And if you look at these birth rates, let's see, what's the total? Okay, so if you break it down by era, from 1790 to 1860, whites had a faster birth rate. They were, growth rate, 2.9% per year, where blacks were at 2.6. So it was 0.3% higher for whites. And then in 1860 to 1900, whites grew at a rate of 2.8%, where blacks grew at 1.9. From 1900 to 1950, whites 1.7 to blacks 1.2. The only period of time that we have is from 1950 and beyond, where whites grew at 0.7% from 1950 to 2000, and blacks grew at 1.9%. And then from 2000 to 2020, whites grew at 0.25% and blacks at 0.6%. So you have to get to 1950 for the black growth rate to have surpassed percentage-wise that of whites.
I'm not going to dispute none of that. But at the end of the day, there's something missing. The math still is the math. If the white started more, grew faster, how did the blacks go 100x and whites go 4 to 5x? Like literally, they went from 3 million. With immigration, what, by 1860, 27 million with immigration.
Well, let's do the math.
It's 194 million whites, 36 million blacks. So if you go from the starting point, blacks went at 100x and whites did at all. So how is it?
Well, the 100x doesn't follow. So you have you went from 757 million, or 757,000. I'm sorry, 757,000 from in 1790 to.
Okay. That's 50x. I was counting 388. So 750, that's 50x. Still 50x within 5.
So if you go 757,000 to 41.1 million. Versus white people growing from 3.17 to 204. It's interesting. What is the point you're trying to make?
Blacks, the numbers of blacks grew so much. They mixed a lot of different, a lot of indigenous people, a lot of Moorish people. They put all into one group and called them Negroes. It was a type of genocide. Well, they didn't kill everybody like they said. They reclassified it to another group. And if I want to drive, I can put up a lot of things and let you know like when they did what. Like the history is there. Like they definitely reclassified more than indigenous people with black Negroes, put them all in one group.
Well, if you want to start in 1619 and you're starting with the number of 25, it's interesting, but that doesn't account for the 388,000 that came later. And but so the total number from 1619 to 2025, the total number, the rate of growth for black is 2.24%, and for whites it's 2.57. So whites have grown faster.
It's not really. I mean, think about it. We gotta be. Oh, 388,000 blacks that's brought over here. Not counting the Caribbeans, like they say it's 36 million, they say 41 and 44. They start counting Caribbeans, but they say the foundation of Black Americans, 36 million, started at 388,000 with zero immigration. Whites started at 3 million with immigration. They altogether, so their total number of they got brought here and immigrated is 33 million people. That is their number, 33 million people within the 1800s. That's how many whites it was. And at that time, it wasn't even a million blacks at that time. And that number, their number went from 33 million up to 194 million. That's what 5x, maybe 6, 5.5x. The blacks went from 380, would you say 750?
But Kilo, I want to agree with you on something here. Your math is not math.
I don't see how not. It's very clear.
Kiva, what did you think of the Liberia movement?
To me, like, past tense, I mean, I think it was stupid.
I mean, just the idea of the whole back to Africa thing. Like, you think it's a good idea, bad idea?
Chasing them right back somewhere where they never came from. That's a bad idea.
Well, now that's fascinating. What do you mean they never came then from here?
They didn't. I say 388,000 did, but the vast majority got mixed into that 388,000. The vast majority didn't come from that.
Ay.
How you doing, Roger?
Well, I'm doing math on Clubhouse, so it's not the best night. But how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. First day back in my actual office in 6 days, so that was very interesting. It was actually a really good day. Really good day. So I'm going to go to the gym, and now I'm sitting here listening to you guys talk about race. So it must just be another day on Clubhouse.
What was your theory yesterday that it starts in the morning?
Talks about Trump, and he talks about race. It's like, is that the progression?
Yeah, for some houses, that's how progression goes. That's the flow of how the conversations tend to evolve on this app. Others, they start at the bottom ladder, they work their way up. Some start in the middle, they skip around to many different topics, but it pretty much follows the same logic pattern and the inability to deviate away from those topics on a daily.
Mojo, I'm wondering I'm sure you don't need the money, but I'm wondering if somehow I could convince you to do a organized book room, maybe at least for an hour this upcoming week, where everybody reads from a book for 5 minutes, and hopefully we'll get we'll get an hour's worth of readers. Do you think it would be possible if you would join my room where you created a 1 hour book club room?
What book are we going to read?
Everybody gets to pick their own book, but everybody gets to do it. Yeah. And whatever book you want.
That's not going to work. That's not going to work, because let me tell you exactly what's going to happen.
It will work.
You're going to have one person that's going to pick a book by a Zionist. You're going to have another one that picks a book by Palestinians. Then they're going to argue about who wrote what correctly. Then after that, you're going to have one person that's going to quote Strom Thurmond. You're going to have another person who's going to quote Jesse Jackson. Then they're going to start fighting about race. So I'm telling you, until the usual actors that introduce these topics and deviate the topics away from what we are actually talking about, where we do open up different discussions, until they're held accountable, I don't think that it's possible to even hold a book reading club.
It is possible.
Without this being an issue.
You
No,
just
I don't
need
think
one
it is.
mod.
I don't think it is.
If somebody doesn't want to comply and just do 5 minutes of reading, they'll be kicked to the goo. And the super mod will demand that if you want to participate in the room, you have to read for 5 minutes. but you need a star to draw the crowd, to draw the audience, and to get people to obey the rules of the room, which would be 5 minutes of reading what's called from a book. I'm just merely trying to demonstrate that out of the countless many number of hours that you will spend on this app, if the supermod could demand 5 minutes of reading, it would be a very beneficial and new type of experience for most people who are usually just engaged in conversation. I'm telling you that it would be possible to have a book club on here and to force it, but most people want the short-term dopamine from having, contentious conversations.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a Chomsky Palestinian petting zoo. Give it a week.
Why don't you host one then, John?
I do. I have been doing book club. I have book club houses across multiple profiles, and nobody comes to my rooms, but I'm still doing my own book club.
Across Clubhouse?
Yeah, across 3 different clubhouse profiles.
John, have you ever been part of a book club before?
I have, and it was terrible.
Well, typically what you do is you select a book that everybody reads from, and then if you want to do a book reading from the book club, then we could gather everybody, and then we could take turns every 5 minutes reading from the same book.
I know. But I'm saying because everybody wants to talk, I think a 5-minute book club is the way to go.
What if we picked short books? What if we picked a pamphlet like Common Sense by Thomas Paine, and we got everybody to read Common Sense, and we read it out loud?
You could do that. Yeah, you could do that. You could pin the link and have everybody read from it, like as if you were at some kind of Bible study and everybody takes a turn.
We did a room years ago, some of you might have been there for it, where we were reading the Bill of Rights, and we read them, and we talked about them, and it was a big room, and people were really surprised at the amendments. They didn't know that we didn't just go through the 10. We went through every single amendment. Room went for hours, and you could probably imagine like the ones we got hung up on. Like, the states' rights stuff was a thing. Free speech was a thing. Some went really quickly because nobody had a well-informed opinion. But I think you could do this if you just have to get everybody to go and commit to doing the homework, and then those that don't do the homework, if they showed up to the room, they would just hear people reading that did do the homework.
No, I don't think homework assignments are going to work. It needs to be on-the-spot action where people literally click the link in the title and then you read the document for 5 minutes each. Everybody has to read. If you don't read, you're not allowed on stage. If you don't read and you're on stage, you get kicked to the goo. I'm just saying the book club is about maximizing intelligent communication transfer.
All right, let's ask. Hakima, do you want to participate in the book club?
It sounds like basic jargon when it is some shit that makes sense opposed to this mindless jargon. So I'll try it out. I'm not for it or against it, but I'll definitely try it out.
Can we start with the book of Revelations?
No.
Yeehaw!
I don't want to start with the world is ending.
I feel like, I don't think you read it right. The good guys win.
Yeah.
The world ends. Good guys win, and the world ends with a happily ever after.
Well, saying the world ends doesn't sound like happily ever after.
No. The world ends and you get to go be with God. That's the happy part, right? You're not separated from Him.
So don't you think the framing of the world comes to an end is the wrong framing?
No,
I'm trying to feed dogs food.
We've got Dude here, and Marshall just was describing what's called duality versus non-duality. I'm wondering if the Dude could enlighten us.
While Dude is getting his thoughts together, I did want to point out how actually convenient it was that Mojo kind of turned this into a book club right now. On the spot.
Yin yang.
Well,
Yin yang duality, but like the different parts of it are dual. The whole of the yin yang is non-dual. Dichotomy is dual. Do you think we'll get more people involved if we read books that were written by women or people of color? Oh, here we go. Here we go. You're doing it again, Roger. You're doing it again.
see, that's why I say in a liberal democracy versus, let's say, a fascistic government which demands one book or a couple books, that's why I say let people have the freedom of choice in book club to get their 3 to 5 minutes out that they want to read. I love reading poetry. Love it. It's ecstatic. And it's so much better than having endless conversations and heated debates.
So, Roger, a topic like affordable housing, for example, if you opened up a room to talk about building restrictive codes and how that could potentially violate people's constitutional rights, I guarantee you political. People's responses are political. The way they choose to respond, the beliefs behind their responses are political. But people's actions aren't inherently political. I think that we need to delineate what's political and what's just...
Well, I just find it as a communication. Not action, but communication. It's the word, the transmission of words into our brains versus going in the streets and getting into a fight with a police officer or something to that extent. I think the non-action is more important than the action because if you're breaking the law and you're an anarchist versus somebody on a social audio chat app trying to increase your education and intelligence, or if you're just going to speak politics all day long, it's your opportunity cost, but the teacher or the educator hopefully tries to wake people up and say, hey, now is all important. Stop thinking and end your problems.
Anybody see any of the horsemen lately?
The horsemen.
Yep. There's 4 horsemen in the world. Revelations.
Well, what's the magic word? Anyone here know what the super secret 4-letter magic word is? I mean, I think you could say LOVE is actually maybe more important than the GOD, but that's like 3 versus 4. But I'm just trying to say that, you can turn any word into a mantra. Love is a great mantra, but it also implies hate or disgust or anger. What's the opposite of love? So, if you've ever been in a loving relationship with it, and how it morphed or turned into an absolute contrary position, you wonder, how could that be?
So why do people always speak about these type of topics as though there's either one or the other? Like, have you ever heard of indifference?
Indifference?
Right. So what does indifference mean?
It means agnosticism, which means you don't have a definitive position. You're not all or nothing. You're not going to die on a hill for your position. That's what a lot of people on this app do. And it's road raging, really.
Right, and that's my whole point. I feel like people don't exploit the existence of indifference enough. There's some shit on this app that, many of my Republican non-parties care about. And a lot of those things I don't really give a shit about. Doesn't affect me, don't care. That's between you, God, and whoever it is that you're doing it with. I don't care. But people don't allow people to be indifferent. You either have to be on one side or
the history of this app and let's look at different topics where people were not allowed to be indifferent. COVID. Can we start there? Can you guys resonate with my opinion on where the history of this app has disallowed people from being able to experience this app in the same way that everybody else is, able to experience? Is if, you have to take some sort of side. I mean, why are we not uplifting people who are just indifferent? I feel like that's where the real conversation takes place.
Well, with regards to COVID, medical misinformation will not be tolerated by the medical industrial complex and the censorship platforms. And they proved that. They eliminated 30 of my accounts. They deleted tens of thousands of people who spoke out against max injections.
Well, but they're not done with it yet. The other day, we changed the title to what was worse, vaccinations or the disease. And that was the only room within the last week that got shadow banned. So, just putting those words in the title in 2025 is a problem.
Yeah, on YouTube, they have a medical misinformation policy. You can't talk about, there are verboten topics that you can't talk about because you don't agree with the health outcomes of what Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, and 10 other big pharma distributors and doctors tell you is good for your health. I asked Grok today, what are the 10 health benefits of getting the COVID-19 vaccines? It's really interesting. And then I asked, give me the contrarian position to all the bullet points you just gave me. And sure enough, Grok will give me the alternative positions, but the first response is always the consensus, never the contrarian position. So I asked Grok, for all future questions, also give me the contrarian alternative position to whatever your answer is, and please save that setting. So hopefully my AI chatbot, Grok, will always remember my preferred settings. Can anyone here tell me what the health benefits were of getting, or are the benefits of getting the COVID-19 vaccine? Anyone here feel like there's any real health benefits?
Yes, a bunch of liberals will stop nagging the shit out of you and you'll have a little bit of a peace. I'm sure that will make your blood pressure go down.
I mean, how do you weigh the health benefits of a COVID-19 vaccine versus having like a chopped chicken salad and going to the gym that day? So what, anyone here know what a solipsist is? Solipsism? Anyone know what solipsism is? Or solipsists? Well, I've heard it said that a solipsist believes that nothing really exists outside of his mind. And so Alan Watts, he was joking, he said it'd be kind of funny to go to a conference for solipsists and just meet people who think everything is like a construct and their brain is like the central constructor of their reality, and their reality is like the ultimate reality. So it kind of puts everybody right back in the now, because in a way we are all experiencing reality through our own little tunnel vision, and this app is technically a solipsistic app. Everybody here has their all or nothing position. That's why I say, like, is a future communication, event horizon on the bill? Is it in the future? Like, is there going to be, like, because when you look at all this technology, in a way, it's just like fascination span. How can we, create a new moth to, flame with a moth? Like, there's no real innovation happening. Like, IQ is going down. The endless doom scrolling. There's just zombies out there, not moving, looking at their cell phones, consuming, videos and pictures, and being stimulated by it. But, how do we enhance education with future generations in a way that has never been done before? Because if we can't generate more revenue and create, new industries or breakthrough technologies, we're just a bunch of consumer drone slaves, and there will be no way to get out of this fiat hyperinflation bubble that we have created. We could ask Caleb down there, you know, what does the Toyota say about economic development? Because I don't think relying on a debt jubilee to essentially consolidate or have a new meeting of the minds with regards to the accounting, the numbers, the responsibilities. I don't think that's going to happen. But I could be wrong. That could be a heck of a. What do you think about debt? You think it's a good thing when bankers, lawyers, and judges forgive debt?
That is terrible. They said they're going to do it.
Do you know who one of Chicago's biggest lenders are? Who manages Chicago's $50 billion in debt? Bank of America.
Did they get rid of Tiffany Hayner yet?
Bigger gift, you know, to your constituents, cutting their tax rate by 50% for their income and their property, or building them a skate park.
Skate park is not more than a skate park. You have nothing to do. I get what you're saying about spending money and all that. Like kids need something to do, not especially a place like dogs. You don't even do the truck. I said the skate park alone is going to stop it, but it's definitely the right direction.
Well, if the city of Chicago owes $50 billion and they were to cut property taxes by 100%, or say 80%, and then the city went into a financial crisis because it couldn't service its liabilities, its expenditures, it would force the city into a bankruptcy. And guess who's gonna have to foot the bill? Bank of America and all their shareholders. It would be very bad for Bank of America shareholders. But you know what? It would relieve a lot of pressure on homeowners who can't afford ever-rising property taxes. So I'm just wondering, you know, as a collective or a group of individuals who all share the same burden, why do we put the burden on ourselves, the homeowners, and not force the government into some type of debt reconciliation or meeting of the minds or bankruptcy?
Because the citizens are cowards. They believe that the government really has, although it's saying that we, the citizens have the power, but we not giving it away out of fear to the government. We're scared to say anything to them. We're scared to change. We're stuck in this two-party system. To the homeowners or the citizens, you told them, say something about it and actually do something about it. They're going to keep working on the same shit.
Well, we are locked in a racket in in basically property tax appeal lawyers, the commissioners, and the property tax authority board in every major major city in town, it's the same game. I mean, people go to college, go to law school to get out, to work in property assessment and property tax reevaluation appeals. You know, when you don't pay your taxes, they will take your home for you. But if you hire a lawyer to appeal your tax assessment bill, they can get it lowered and they're going to take a percentage of that. So the fix is in, the network is there, it's a business, and it's not going to be dissolved or liquidated because some political upstart says, hey, let's stop doing this. There's just too many cookies in that hand jar, and, you know, you see my point? Like, you can't change it. It's already there. So, you know, Clown House in a way is like a thought exploration or an analysis of the situation, but nothing will change. All you can do, in my opinion, in conversations is try to accurately describe the situation. And, you know, that's why I said to my mom, I was like, Mom, we should have a show called Let's Complain About Everything and be as cheap as possible. Topic of interest for you. Is this the type of question that an AI chatbot would be better suited to give us a more accurate response?
Well, the majority of the people in here are men. And vasectomies affect the male body. And it would be interesting to talk about because it's not something that's frequently talked about amongst political circles or amongst hot topic things. And so I think it would be really interesting to hear people's opinions are.
At some point, when we discuss a vasectomy, does it ever get to a cream pie? And I ask that with a grain of salt because technically, if you get a vasectomy as a man and you want a cream pie, I'm not trying to be crude here. I'm just saying, is that why men get a vasectomy?
John. So going back to Kristen's point, as far as Planned Parenthood and them offering vasectomies, my question to you is, on the scale of the services that Planned Parenthood provides, how often do you think that they're providing vasectomies?
I don't know.
Let me ask Grog.
Providing a significant amount of vasectomies, I'm telling you, their business model would be highly flawed in the nature of why they're designed to be here. And I'm being very honest with you, Kristen. Like, I believe that Planned Parenthood is designed to kill babies. There is a reason why Planned Parenthood is not strategically placed in areas that can benefit from having additional access to mechanisms of sexual health, such as senior communities. I mean, have you looked at the STD rates amongst the senior population? Yet you don't see any Planned Parenthoods, put in places like, Leisure World. Do you? I mean, a lot of those seniors that don't have access to cars that otherwise could benefit from that sexual health, they help insurance. Again, but the access to be able to get tested, the access to be able to address certain. Okay, Marcus, do you want to speak, or are you going to allow me to speak?
These fish may look like they're dead and dried up, but they are actually alive. Just take a look at these guys. They are actually alive. Just take a look at these guys. With their dried up scales, they look dead as a doornail. How is that even possible? They're known as plecos, or armored zombie fish, and for good reason. Well, it all comes down to a crazy organ they have called a labyrinth that lets them breathe air and extract oxygen even from the worst water. That's not all. They can go 30 hours without a single drop of H2O. And get this, scientists have found them surviving under layers of hardened mud for months without water, just waiting for the rain to come save them. With skills like that, it's no wonder they've taken over ecosystems around the world, released by careless aquarium owners.
Yeah, the football is working out well. Football is working out well. The shots are balls working out well.
You know, I have a grievance with Planned Parenthood. There's a Planned Parenthood that I used to go into with my ex-girlfriend, and she would get condoms for free. They would just give them to her. And then they're right on the counter. And then I attempted to grab them, and they wanted to sell them to me. So I think that is something that should be prohibited by law. Selling condoms to men, but giving them to women. If you really want to prevent disease spread and pregnancies, why wouldn't you give them to everybody or sell them to everybody? Why don't I make it equal?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's unfair.
That wasn't very expensive. It was like $5 for $1, and then you'd always like make the mistake of grabbing like the gold coin one that's not lubricated. Like it's very useless. It's cool to have it, but yeah.
You know, I remember the first time I put a condom on, I thought I knew everything in the world, but sure enough, that, class in the 6th grade or 7th grade, which showed us how to unfurl a condom on a banana. When the first opportunity I had to make love to a beautiful woman on a beach in the Pacific, and it was the first time I ever made love, sure enough, I unfurled that condom first, prior to putting it on my banana. And it turns out it's very difficult to put a prophylactic on your schmeckle when it's already been unfurled.
John, what's that red book you're holding up?
It's known as the Book of the Law.
Okay, so that part I got. I was wondering what it is. I never said I could read the book part. The next part.
It's the Book of the Law.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, the author is Aleister Crowley. I think America is aborting itself by doing this reckless spending. I mean, that's what, people who generally get an abortion, they got financial problems, they got debt problems. And America is aborting itself and essentially bankrupting its currency and bankrupting its morality and ethics and virtue. I mean, we don't need our knights rushing over our perimeter to go fight narco-terrorists in Mexico or in Colombia or Venezuela and killing our youth engaged in combat and warfare against well-armed narco-terrorists. That is an abortion of our future security. I mean, I wish there was some type of group, not group think, because that's negative, but I mean, how do we optimally play this game as, American-loving patriots, as opposed to these phony deep state patriots that want to see Donald Trump, die or prematurely lose his presidency? There's a lot of people out there that aren't rooting for the team.
So, I wonder if that thought could be a segue into, instead of talking about people, talk about how anybody can buy, now correct me if I'm wrong, but anybody in the world, if you have enough money, you can actually buy land in the United States, and you don't have to be a citizen.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
So that kind of scares me, because the poorer that the United States has become, citizens of the United States, the more difficult it is to buy property, to buy
Well, it's the same old story. I mean, it's Germany, the Weimar Republic. All the money that was printed up for war reparations, the Versailles Treaty, came flooding back into Germany. And sure enough, the price of bread went up to the price of a barrel of Russian marks, or I mean, fucking German, paper. So, I mean, isn't that the fear that all of our borrowing and all the U.S. dollars overseas will come flooding back in and buy up everything we have? That's what was estimated in the 80s with the Japanese and their booming economy. They were buying up assets left and right in this country. They bought Sony and
Look what happened to them now.
well, they're doing, I mean, it's hard. I don't think you can. Well,
Or
but they're still a very wealthy nation and a great people. We have huge cultural education issues in this country, which I don't think the Japanese in their, society have to deal with. But anyways, I mean, I don't think it's just
like about Japanese politics. If you look at the Kitover right now, the political party of Japan is the exact same. I think literally their slogan is Japan first, and they use the word first being like it's basically the same thing America went through a few years ago. But if you look at the Japanese economy is like especially compared to the 80s, it's night and day. The billionaires who own the Gold Coast in Hawaii get to sell them. Which, okay, maybe that's not the best example, but the salary for many jobs in Japan hasn't even gone up in 20 years. So, they're not doing very well.
stagflation. But Marcus, they don't have the Federal Reserve at $37 trillion in debt. I mean, it's all relative, isn't it?
Is the idea that they're still doing shit even though they don't have that? Like, that's not relevant? Is what you're saying? Like, if you have $37 billion in debt or not, it's still doing that? Or...
I'm saying
I'm
that.
confused about that one.
I mean, I guess you could look at that, debt to GDP is like, how badly governments are doing currency manipulation and plunging their populace into a future death spiral that they can't get out of.
Well, if we sell all our land, maybe we can get out of the debt.
Hey guys, John? What's Dr. Mitch? I just wanted to do an announcement. I'm driving past the Marine base in Camp Pendleton, and it's on fire. I mean, like, big time, so.
Where is that? Where is that?
Yeah, hey, it's Camp Pendleton, the Marine base in North San Diego. It's bad.
Thank you.
Yeah,
This is not a brush fire.
You know what else sucks? When a soldier decides to shoot at everybody, and then unarmed soldiers have to tackle a shooter who's got a beard, and then the soldiers tackling the shooter have beards as well. I didn't know soldiers were allowed to have beards.
I didn't know Convent did too.
I mean, Dr. Mitch, what would you do if you were president, king, or emperor of the United States? What would you do for your people?
So, a lot of game plan, where does it lead us? Because right now, most of the paths lead to, elimination of the human race. So, like, it's an extermination
responded during school, close to police harm abortion.
Has anyone ever met an abortion doctor? You know, at a public event, some kind of local meeting, and you were like, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm an abortion provider." And you're like, "Oh, wow. Tell me about yourself." And she goes on to tell you about where she went to med school and how she got to be an abortionist. And then she tells you her interests in movies and arts, and you're like, "Oh, you're just like you're like an every other person. You're just another person like everybody else, right?" And but you know, take forceps and like rip a little infant's head off and suck it out and put it in an oil barrel and store the bodies. You know, it's like, but to me, it's like, how do you know, they're like cute and smiling, or they're like ugly and ogreish. I'm just saying, like, to me, I've never met an abortionist or an abortion provider in the real world that I know of.
They wouldn't tell you like that, John. They'd say, I do women's health. Nobody's going to come out and say, I'm an abortionist.
How do you get over, you know, like, I'm kind of OCD, you know, I use baby wipes, I like to shower daily, I brush, I floss, I use, you know, a water pick. I'm just wondering, like, how does a woman or a male doctor who does that in a uterus and rips it apart and stores it, like, looks at it all and looks at the baby parts, because I've seen the videos and it looks like a cartoon, it's so shocking and horrific. Like, how do you go through your life and not have nightmares? Like, the pictures I've seen are so gross that it's like, to me, it's a visual and an environment that I wouldn't want to be involved in. I know there's money involved, but to me, how is that not just like...
There's a great book called The Psychopath Test, written by a guy named Bronson, where he talks about how some people literally are born without the ability to feel empathy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even like picking up dog poop on my front lawn. I don't know how people manage to dispose of baby parts.
So it looks like vasectomies are not offered at Planned Parenthood clinics.
Well, you know, not too many vasectomies are taking place every day. I hate to break the bad news to you if that's kind of what you want, is for more men to get vasectomies, but not a lot of men, as far as I know, every week, you know, annually. We can find out the total number, but, you know, to me, I just don't think it's an unnecessary intervention, and thus, I don't even think it's that interesting of a topic, to tell you the truth.
So getting a vasectomy can cost anywhere between $0 to $1,000, including follow-up visits. So health insurance could actually cover all of the cost.
Well, the great thing about a man is we don't have these things called birth control pills, which don't destroy our bodies and give us, you know, clot shots. It's like a clot shot, basically. It's a stroke. A lot of people stroke out on birth control. I wonder if we should prevent birth control and legislate, you know, and de-escalate birth control consumption in this country because of the negative health ramifications of taking all those estrogen pills and birth control pills and epinephrine.
Yeah. Yeah, vasectomies are about 6 times cheaper than female sterilization.
Female sterilization. What are we running, like a dog pound here or something, Kristen?
Disadvantages to getting vasectomy.
Kristen, if you were leader of the American people and you were elected the president, what would your priorities be for your people, for we the people?
The most common risk would be vascular infection, which is usually minor and treatable with antibiotics.
Kristen, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I asked you, what would you do for we the people, your people? What would your priorities be if you were elected leader of America?
I'm ignoring you on purpose.
Do you know a man who had a vasectomy that was close to you in your life, Kristen? it's wrong for a man to cream pie a woman, tell her he loves her, even though he's had a vasectomy, and says, I want to have kids with you, I want you to be the love of my life, will you marry me? But secretly he's been vasectomized. And, do you think that's immoral?
You can get cost of a vasectomy at a Planned Parenthood can vary depending on factors such as location, insurance. But I went to the Planned Parenthood site, and it didn't say anything about vasectomies.
That's because they deal primarily with aborted children, little babies. They suck them out. They use a Da Vinci machine. They use forceps and scissors, and they just rip that little baby right out of that uterus.
I'm kind of thinking that if somebody had a vasectomy, there would be problems.
This was my whole point, Kirsten. Like, this was literally my whole point that I was trying to make. Okay, if Planned Parenthood, it was in the line of business in offering and providing vasectomies, they wouldn't have a reason to do abortions. Okay, the same type of people that do subscribe to Planned Parenthood are the same type of people that, quite frankly, looking at the history, don't want to have children. So, I mean, to me, listen, I'm standing 10 toes down. It was always designed to kill children and to further investigating how they can end pregnancies in the womb. The only reason why they offer these additional services such as STD testing and all this other bullshit is because they wanted the federal funding.
This is the weirdest conversation ever.
I'm gonna ask Grok how much Medicare and Medicaid spends annually on birth control and abortions. Let me go ahead and ask. Any guesses? Over 10 billion? Under 10 billion? Anybody? Anybody?
Why advocate for vasectomy? Like, that's weird.
She hasn't even gotten to the chemical castration part. Vasectomy would be kind. I think she also probably endorses chemical castration.
Let me tell you how sick. Roger, let me ask you a question. Have you heard of this new male birth control pill?
Male birth control pill. What is it?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's funny that John just mentioned chemical castration. It's supposed to be a male equivalent to the female birth control pill. So, I mean, the only way that I think that it could probably accomplish that is if you lower sperm counts so far low that you're going to, you know, you're going to ensure that nobody can get pregnant. I mean, I'm trying to understand how that's going to be accomplished through pill form without chemically castrating a man.
And you wanted me to answer this question?
Well, don't forget, Plan B is a chemical castration, but that would be medical misinformation if you say that, so you can't. Therefore, mifepristone is not a chemical castration. It doesn't cause women to become infertile. That is misinformation.
It's an abortifacient. But Mojo, my whole point is that they're now trying to push this male birth control pill that men are supposed to be able to take to prevent, you know, pregnancies in women. So I'm trying to understand how they're medically able to accomplish that without chemically castrating somebody or significantly lowering their sperm count.
I don't know if this is a problem. My understanding is that men are having less and less sex. Like, I'm not even concerned about this. Men are having.
They had a reading that in order the body's testosterone production, temporary testosterone
I love good condoms.
Yeah, you can get a vasectomy reversal within, like, after 10 years.
Wow. Okay, Kristen, listen to this Grok question. Hey Grok, how much does Medicare Medicaid spend annually on vasectomy, abortions, and birth control? This is Grok's response. Medicare does not cover vasectomies or elective abortions, only hide exceptions, negligible spending. Birth control covered under Part D, no specific annual figure, but total Part D spending annually is $130 billion. That's just on birth control. This is Medicaid. Covers vasectomies and birth control as family planning. $2 billion estimated total in recent years, and abortions limited. States spend $71 million murdering babies in 2015. It's kind of outdated. So about $100 million a year in abortions and about $130 billion a year. That doesn't make sense. There's no. Anyways, the number about birth control is shocking. Nobody could guess. It was about $130 billion a year in pills for young women that want to fuck without a condom.
No, so does it give you, and see, this is where you need to learn if you're running for Congress. What is considered an abortion on those itemized expenses? Okay? What is also considered birth control? Because in these people's sick, deranged mind, they could be padding the books and considering early-term abortions as birth control and late-term abortions as abortions.
I agree. My previous Grok or previous research is that we spend $1 billion a month and murder about 80, I think it was 60,000 to 80,000 babies a month in the United States. So it's a $12 billion a year program to murder about 1 million people a year in this country. Yep, you file your IRS income tax statement annually, and a small little percentage of that, which totals about $1 billion a month, goes towards murdering 60,000 little innocent babies in beautiful little American vaginas.
Kristen over there researching away. You went down the rabbit hole, but I did. Yeah, there's a success with the vasectomy reversal success rates range from 60 to 95%.
Oh, I know, but that's not really good talking about like families or people. I don't know. I have to fall back on the whole. Why can't people just use condoms?
Oh yeah, of course they can.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd be promoting my boys to go against condom pregnancy.
You see what I'm saying, serendipity? This is why I brought it up, okay? Because it's going to create bigger social problems and biological problems, or biochemical problems for a lot of young men. A lot of young men are going to be sold the bag of goods, and a lot of young ladies in taking that early freaking birth control that gave a lot of women cancer and freaking gave them weight problems and shit like that, and they're going to lower the testosterone of young men. That is why they're doing this.
And it's already been lowered over the course of the last few decades.
Yeah,
tragedy. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know. Like, I know how it sounds to a lot of people. I totally get it. But for me personally, I just don't think that an innocent child should die as a result of being the incident of a horrible, horrible, horrible tragedy. Whether it's incest or, whether it's the unfortunate, assault. But again, that's not necessarily my choice to make. But if I agree with the exceptions, I don't. I just don't.
Yeah, what about, mother's life in danger?
I mean, the mother's life in danger, I feel like all exhausted efforts should, go towards preserving human life in the utmost. If it's something to where somebody is factually in danger, then yes, I think that they should, try to make an attempt to save the baby as much as they can and, look at other options with, technology later on down the road to maybe support the baby's continued life outside the mother's womb. I'm willing to compromise in that regard, but, I just don't believe that, I just believe that we're just too sensitized of just ending life in, the form of the most precious beings in society with, with just, oh, well, this just didn't work, let's just kill it. Like, I can't get on board with that, So one of the things that I can say, serendipity, have you ever heard of a pulse form?
No.
So it's basically a form where, like, if your grandparents or if your parents are, elderly and they go into the hospital, it's a do not resuscitate order.
A DNR, okay, yeah, I know the DNR.
Right. So I feel like that should be more of a colloquial conversation that many women should have with their physicians when they find out that they are pregnant. As far as, if the unfortunate, like that woman in Georgia who, I believe she had a stroke and then the family kept her alive for, I just feel like that should be a form that should be just as binding as a do not resuscitate order. So as we, navigate this nuanced field as a society in 2025, I just don't see anything wrong with that being something that would be supported in court. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know her family is probably went through a lot. That's the Georgia Heart law that made the hospital for a lot against family wishes.
Right, but in the situation, what I'm referring to is, if somebody,
Yeah.
And I feel like even for the family, it can't get any more clear with, with how they can reconcile with what their loved ones' wishes are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And I guarantee you they wouldn't take back their grandson at this point.
What's up?
Threats of violence in the chat.
Oh, Purge. Oh, Purge guy. He's back.
Well, hold on. He just threatened to kill me, so that is a threat. He is, everyone please report that. Thank you.
Okay, this is the latest Grok query. Hey Grok, how many Americans have been aborted since 1960, and how much has the U.S. government spent on abortions? Also, break down the total number of abortions by race and income. Since 1960, 66 million abortions have been performed in the United States, per Johnston's archive estimates to 2025. So 66 million since 1960. Direct government spending limited by high federal is $1 billion total since 1977 for exceptions. That can't be right. By race, 73 to 2019, white non-Hispanics are 48% at 29 million. Blacks, non-Hispanic, 19 million at 31%. Hispanic, 9 million at 15%, other 6%. By income, less than 41%. Those stats don't make sense. But anyways, that's my grok query with regards to abortion.
Please respond to the poll question above. Thank you.
I don't like those answers.
No, but what if it's all the answers?
Well,
Hi, Anne.
it turns out that more whites have been killed from abortion than blacks.
And can you explain to me how a woman's right to choose and black genocide could all be true at the same time?
Do you mean, explain? Who needs it?
Do you believe a woman should be able to choose black genocide?
No, I don't think that women should be able to choose if they want someone to live or not. That includes the fetus in her stomach. That includes her neighbor. That includes someone she dislikes. Yeah. Am I wrong?
Oh, hold on. My dogs are getting crazy.
I think this point was the first option in the choose all of them are right is the woman's choice. Is that your dog?
Yeah.
But women are so choosing anything in the fucking kitchen making sandwiches.
I don't think Roger's dog likes your answer.
Did Roger's dog hear about the sandwiches? Let's change things. See, that's what he said. He needs sandwiches.
After Anne spoke, my white dog started crying and the black dog started barking.
I wonder why.
Hakima, that was your white supremacy ass. What's your problem today? But honestly, who in here is whiter than Hakima?
Wait, did you see the poll, Anne?
It looks like a middle finger. Fuck you, baby murder.
Hi, Connie. Hello.
So, I mean, Roger, if you kind of interpret a different finding in that data, would it be fair to say that only 15%, well, 25% now, but the majority of the room is actually opposed to abortion?
Yeah, I would say the majority of the room is opposed to abortion.
Like, can two things be true at the same time? Like, it's baby murder, which I agree is baby murder, but yet I voted it's still a woman's right to choose.
More things can be true at the same time.
Well, I voted black genocide because I care.
But like Dan said, more white babies been killed than black babies. So
Well, over the percentage,
Wait, hold on. Yeah, what's the percentage?
But for when you look at square miles and the population, it's much higher for Black people. And then when you look at like HIV, because I did a grant on it, it's high. The rate.
Yeah, the rate would definitely was higher than the entire rate of people complicated.
Connie, I got a question for you. Do you support reparations for aborted black babies?
If they're aborted, they can't enjoy anything.
Who give the money to mom?
That is, you know what, but that's really sad. Because I had the choice when I was getting ready to go to the Marine Corps. So,
Well, Connie, I think it's a good question that I'm asking because you people don't seem to agree on who should get reparations. So I'm just asking if.
yeah. Well, I've always been a lone wolf. I go out and make my own.
And you're lone wolf?
Yeah, I make my own landmark laws. You know, I got a letter from Senator Ted Kennedy when he was helping in Congress or Senate, wherever he was at. I just listened to Ted Kennedy. Okay, yes, and he was telling me that they were going to have, they were going to revamp the healthcare system. So I'm not really worried about all these other people. A lot of them are waiting to see what their friends are going to say. When I want something, I go out there and make it happen. So, and people follow. You know, people follow. And then, you know, a lot of people want to be Indian chiefs, but that's a sad thing to say.
When you say Indian, are you picturing dots or feathers?
When I say Indian, I probably would picture feathers. I would probably picture some feathers. Because I don't have a good, strong arm, especially after these last few accidents. I don't have good, strong arms. I don't even think about Taurus anymore.
Well, Joe, thinking of even wondering if Indian means dot or feather is purely a Northwestern thing. I grew up in Seattle, and that's a question often asked. I live in Georgia, and nobody's once said that to me in 20 years.
I think it's the first time somebody asked me that. Because, you know,
In the Northwest, everybody has dot or feather because they have minimal Eastern Indians and arguably more Native Americans. Eastern Indians.
Well, hold on. If you go to Redmond, that's not true. If you go to Redmond,
You're such a sarcastic son of a bitch.
But he's talking about because Microsoft employs a lot of engineers from me. I guess Issaquah probably has quite a few Indians these days as well.
Do they serve curry at the Christmas party?
No, but I can tell you the elevators don't smell very good after lunch.
You know, I got a question for Connie. Connie, I've heard on Clubhouse people complained that black babies were being fed to alligators, and I find it interesting that
Here we go.
that we object to that, but as long as an abortion doctor is what's killing the baby, that's okay. But feeding them to alligators, that's bad.
Well, I think, you know, it's a woman's body and it's her decision, you know, how she wants to do it. I was reading up and I take it more sensitive to feel like the alligator is against their will, and so it's not the timing, and so they feel like that's genocide. They feel like that's the only reason why some of them were exported over here. So
what do you think killed more black babies in the Americas? Do you think it's abortion doctors or alligators?
Okay, so if you look,
but none of that shit don't matter.
If you look,
which one kills the most?
Okay. If you have to look at the time span, every black person that can claim a recent leaving of the continent of Africa 400 years ago is not like me. And so that's an aspect of me. So let's take it back to the 1600s. Bam, there's an ancestor that came over here from one of the nation states in the continent of Africa. So if you look at
Hold on. In the 1600s, you believe there was nation states on the continent of Africa?
Of course there's nation states, because everything came out of Africa.
No, but hold on. The concept of nation states didn't happen until after empires died at the end of World War One.
First of all, you had lines drawn arbitrarily through colonialism, like that. So you had Nigeria that was, created.
What is it? So, yeah, hold on.
Let me finish.
No, I got a question. I want to ask you a question. Do you think that nation states were in existence?
I say it to let people know that there are geographical boundaries and borders, and not to get any particular culture, tongue, or specific area mixed up. And I've seen people from Africa get upset about that. So they want you to know that, they're from Rwanda or maybe South Africa. So, so I just say that to let people know that there's borders there and, there's territories. But anyway, just going back to, let's go 400 years back. Unfortunately, from the research I've done, and I'm always looking and reading, abortion, from what I know of, has been the highest baby killer. If you go back 400 years to now with black women, the abortion has been the highest baby killer.
So in like an effort of restoring, autonomy to Black America, why then are black women supporting it?
I don't know, but I believe that this is definitely what is causing friction with the man if he chooses to stay.
No, but it shouldn't be a matter of if the man chooses to stay or not. I mean, if you look at all the political, activism and, some of the statements that were made as far as, marching for George Floyd and the indignity behind, police violence and how it's going to, protect black babies. But then if we look at the historical cause behind black babies being killed in the black womb, we see a certain practice that black women, for some reason, that align with a certain type of democratic, a democratic following and liberals, you know what I mean, which our black community is full of. Okay, why are they not?
The privilege is right in the neighborhood.
So why then aren't black women having a conversation? As opposed, instead of having conversations about hypergamy and all of the things that are, associated with getting the bag, why don't we say babies in the womb? You see what I'm saying? But the second black men go into those spaces and they say something, it turns into, vitriol. I mean, it's just unacceptable. I don't care if I have a womb or not. It's unacceptable. Killing black children is unacceptable. Okay, so...
Well, I got something else for you that is unacceptable. There are... Cause I dated this guy and I was real patient with him. There are a lot of black...
Was he white?
Not this one. He was very dark skin. And that's...
How dark was he?
Like your shoe dark. Your black shoe dark.
Like his beard?
Yeah, all of that. But look, check this out. I was patient with him. There is a great growing number of black women that hate black males. And so he said that the women that he dated, he would keep in close contact with the boys because the women, they had so much hate and fury for black males, they couldn't even turn it off with their own children. Like that. And I also heard one lady at work, she retired. She said her mother chopped up a grandson and sent him down the toilet stool. And the toddler,
Wait, she chopped up a baby and put it down the toilet?
yes, that's the norm for the family, because he was a black male baby. And she said the toddler cousins was like, where's, let's say his name is Boo Boo. Where's Boo Boo? Grandma, we ain't seen Boo Boo. Yeah, there's a growing amount. I had to even stop my own child from going over to my sister's house when she was alive. She definitely had a chip on her shoulder for blackmail. So it's like if they don't know you or like you or you don't grab for those heartstrings, those that don't like blackmail can be evil. Yeah, so a good amount of them. If there's 30 million in this country, I probably wouldn't be surprised if it was 25 million that hated black male. Yeah.
And don't even,
it's a growing movement.
And Connie, when you talk about like Southern roots, and even in places in Middle America where black people existed, how many of these women were caregivers killing people? You see what I'm saying? How many of these women were in caregiving roles, okay, nursing their sick husbands?
I don't know, but my grandmother,
you see what I'm saying?
Reprobate mind. She had a reprobate mind. And after my grandfather died, she would talk to his ghosts, and they didn't get along very well either. Yeah, and then I know, but see, a lot. I'm gonna tell you one trigger was they weren't valued, so they were expected to leave home early at 14 or 16. That was, I'm sure that was a trigger right there.
Well, we do have a poll up.
Alan, finding the results interesting.
People talk about the abortion debate a lot, and it's always about a woman's right to choose her women's health, but I don't think a good analysis or a perspective, shedding light on the perspective of the doctor's operations, the facilities, the nurses, the funding, the insurance payments, the profiteering, the conferences, the industry
and
itself.
And the welfare, that they receive preferential treatment from the government. Welfare, they get just a lot of bankrolls, like, Amtrak or American Airlines. But I was on my way to the Marine Corps, and they sat me down and said, don't rush, because if you were doomed, then you can have 8 years in the Naval Academy. And so then I started listening, like, okay, this person's on my side. And they showed me abortion pictures, and they just go in there and poke something, and the baby just starts fighting with his arms, and then they
chop up stuff and then suck it, like that. And, they have to be very careful because it go wrong. And they got to bring what's left of it out of the womb, and it's just, in so much pain, and then finish stabbing and chopping it up. But once I saw that picture, I was like, I'm not going in the Marine Corps. I'm staying home with my baby. It's terrible. But had they not shown it to me, I would have ran the risk of damaging something and never being able to have kids.
Can I ask why Frank, Kristen, and Anne have not answered the survey question?
You know that these surveys actually go back onto your profile, and you can't delete them.
Well, you can't delete them yet, but they'll get around to delete them. There's plenty of things that I've had on my profile that have been deleted over time.
I want to delete all these back-end messages.
Yes, me too.
Ooh. What you got up in your backside?
Nothing, but I just delete them.
What is up in your back
binary stuff, and it ain't regulated, and I don't know you. You have to come with a referral from a referral. No. That's a lot I want to delete, and you can't delete. And they don't keep a good record account of replays. They don't keep a good record account of replays either. You save stuff, and I go and put it on thread, and it embarrasses the hell out of me because it's not even there anymore.
Did you guys notice the new update right now? It's like an actual hallway where you can, when you're scrolling up in rooms, you can listen in without actually going in.
I couldn't do it yesterday. I couldn't do it yesterday.
I tried.
Or was it this morning?
No, it just, I noticed it happen in the evening, like a couple hours ago.
You have to be out of a room, though, right?
Yeah, you have to be out of a room and then, yeah, and then you can just like, it's crazy. So I'm wondering if you're, I guess if you're booted from the room, you won't be able to see it. But if it's a room where you know you're going to get booted, you can just stay in the hallway and listen in.
So you could be the bag kid and time out, but you still hear it.
That's how they get it.
And it's kind of like still being anonymous. It's weird.
Yeah.
But I wonder on the abortion topic if...
Oh, but no, but you
go ahead.
actually get sucked into the room, I think, after a minute. Like, if you listen to it for a minute, then you get sucked into the room. So I hear.
I didn't see that. I didn't know.
No, it actually
months ago.
it actually shows you, like, if somebody comes, if somebody listens from the hall, I can see that they've entered the room.
Oh, so only the mods can.
I just updated. Much better. Much better. Hey, who came on the group?
Not it.
He must have moved himself.
I'd have done that.
Oh, you know what I think happened? I think Hakima left the room, he went anonymous, and then in another room, and then came back.
No, I updated my app.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I just updated it too. It's much better now. I wonder what's going on this morning.
So I wonder with abortion, I have a question, and I don't want to be selfish. Do people believe a man's got no say?
A lot of women do. That's why they be having relation problems in their relationship. He be mad about that shit. But I believe he has. I believe he has a say. I think I would act like I don't because I would be looking at the money that I possibly will or won't get.
That was my follow-up about the money. So
yeah.
the women that don't have...
But I remember I told you I had that video they showed me, and to talk about how they take their time with men in the Naval Academy after like 8 years or more. And so I would not do abortion. I would not do it at all. I would not. But thanks to that video.
That's one of my primary hangups about the abortion laws is I feel like they're very misandrous in that the financial liability, the decision to have to not to have, falls solely with the woman, and the man doesn't have any say. Like, I feel like at least if you were going to make abortion legal, then he should have the opportunity to opt out and not be financially responsible if she has the opportunity to opt out.
And I think he should be able to say something after 6 months too. I really think he should. I think he should. But I think everything worked out.
What do you think he should say after 6 months?
I think he should have to.
Well, because I'm kind of concerned right now.
No, but I mean, no, we're not doing this.
She can't opt out after she gets pregnant.
Oh.
No, someone would be trying to abort at 6 months. And that's the month that I start talking because I think I can carry it to term. But I would just be 30 years coming out of the Marine Corps. But I would have been a doorknob because I was a little knucklehead. I probably still would have ended up pregnant again, like that. But I think a man should have some say-so all the way. I understand it's not his body, but especially...
He doesn't right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so he should have some type of legal to it.
I think it needs to be first. No, do they have? And forgive me if I'm out of date here, but do they have paternity tests at the birth?
Yeah, but see, they're risky. They're risky, and they will let you do it if you're like my last child. I had him at 38, so they will let you do it for like Down syndrome. But, I just never liked needles. I've always been a terrible patient. They come back for your follow-up, read for cholesterol.
Hold on. I got a PSA.
Did you know that if you have sex standing up, you are slightly less likely to get pregnant?
You're so stupid.
I'm standing up.
Another reason for the wall.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Is that why it's always on your head, Mojo?
It says that fewer sperm will remain pooled near the cervix, which, in theory, lowers the odds. And have you not updated the phone, or why aren't you doing the survey?
No, she's being ridiculous. She thinks that if she refuses to agree to the terms and conditions of service, then she can sue Clubhouse for misusing her information. And I keep telling her every time she exits out of that box, she is still consenting because she's using the freaking app. She might as well enjoy the perks.
Yeah, using the app is consent.
Yeah, have you guys ever, has anybody ever been to Chick-fil-A?
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you actually looked at the sign at the drive-thru window? What it says?
What does it?
It says, by you being in this line and ordering from Chick-fil-A, you automatically give consent to be in one of their promotion advertising videos and being recorded.
Oh, that happens when you go to Monday Night Raw, too.
Wow.
I don't mind that much because I got like 14 million views on Google Maps. And I got like 500,000 when we went to North Carolina. And that happened in about a week and a half. I was like, that's almost the whole state. I was like, and I was on good behavior because I was like, who was paying me any attention? But I would go for that. I would go for that because I'm always rating places that I go to.
Yeah, hold on. I want to talk to Ann real quick. Hold on. Ann, let's have a dialogue. So you believe that you're going to someday sue Clubhouse? Ann Hira? She must have stepped away.
She should. All these apps take your stuff and don't, give you any.
She's not going to be able to sue. Sorry.
Do you work for Clubhouse, Mojo? You sound like you're like an undercover agent for Clubhouse.
Is that what you think?
It's
Yeah.
just common sense that you're using the app so that you are implicitly agreeing to the terms and conditions of service, whether you want to click the button or not.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
I don't. Hold on. I don't think I would make a good Clubhouse employee. I've twice I've led revolts. Once to Fanbase, once to Chatter. I've had an account completely deleted, and I've had this one suspended just very recently. I just don't think I would make a very good ambassador. I'm not a great brand ambassador for Clubhouse.
So you're loyal to yourself. And that makes plenty of sense. So they said Chatter was created by Nelson and Pena.
They don't just say that; they know that.
Wow. So he was with that. I forget what that guy was that he used to come on line with. So he just really has been building himself up and growing, progressing like wildfire. That's good to hear.
Would you say that with Isaac Hayes building Fanbase and Nelson Apega building Chatter, would you say that those are slave revolts?
I would say that I stopped following people to like Fanbases and other places because the people that you follow, they don't open up any rooms and you're trying to figure out the gadgets and stuff like that.
Why did you go to Fanbase in the first place?
Following somebody from Clubhouse.
Who would you follow?
I think it was Freddie or something.
Freddie Roosevelt?
Yeah, and his brother, Jimmy White, yeah. just trying to be supportive. You know, if you're connected with somebody or you come in their room, they give you a mic. You know, I try to be fair and supportive as for, you know, every room that I go into. And I just stopped doing that. When people tell me about a new app, I'm like, I barely can keep up my pages, you know, where I'm at.
Is Ann back? Is Ann with us?
Dan! No, I think she's still gone. I'm gonna text her. Kristen, you need to come off mute because I'm not road hooligan.
I think I'm going to remove Frank from the stage for not coming in.
I mean, is what he's doing in the chat considered spamming?
Pretty much. Frank, are you with us? Frank, are you with us?
I mean, his story's on repeat.
Frank, I want you to speak. Can you unmute yourself? All right, I'm going to count from 3 backwards.
Oh, you're counting.
3, 2,
George Michael.
1. All right, Frank. All right, no more Frank. This is why you do is chill.
And now he's calling you a bastard?
Oh, he wouldn't do that. That would get him removed from the room.
Well, he said it kind of.
I don't even know what he's saying. He said Mojo is doing this bastard.
I don't know. He didn't quite say it, but
he didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to bring him back up just so he can clarify what he meant. Let's see. We'll give him a second
That could
chance.
be indicative of the fact that he doesn't speak English.
No. He speaks perfect English. We've had him do full concerts. He can sing all of those Michael songs. Yeah.
I will be your preacher, teacher, give you anything. Can you
Frank, can you do a George Michael tune for us?
Can you do the Father whatever one?
Frank, this is not going to go well for you. It's your last chance. Do George Michael and you can stay.
Should you give him a cookie? Extra iPod hours?
Okay, Frank. You asked for it. Back to the do you go.
I want to take the moment, since we're not talking much in here, to give Connie some flowers. had a conversation with my son. I live in Atlanta. My son goes to a very, very mixed school, about 50-50 black-white. And ever since my son was a little tiny kid, an infant in fact, he loved black women. If a black woman in public approached him when he was an infant in the stroller, he just lit up like the sunshine. Like he just, there was no question that he preferred black women. And as we get older, it hasn't changed. And he's 18 now. He just graduated high school. And we went to the most mixed school in Atlanta that's among the good suburbs. Most of them are, the high performing suburbs are almost always overwhelmingly white on purpose in order to try to maintain those standards. But I put him in a school called Sprayberry, which is a top 10 school in the state, but it's by far the most diverse school, and we did it on purpose. And he has dated one black woman in high school that was a pretty cool person. But ultimately, he had a conversation with me recently, and I'm getting somewhere with this. And he said that, Dad, you know, it kind of sucks because my experience in high school of wanting to date black women is that he's a very quiet, soft-spoken, kind person. Very, very, very easygoing, extremely easygoing. And he's intimidated and overwhelmed by black women. He told me that, you know, the ones I find attractive are overbearing and reactive and loud, and he said obnoxious, and it frustrates me because I want somebody that's calmer. I want somebody that, you know, that looks the way I want her to look, but I also want that calm energy. And he had a conversation with me about this, and it was very recent. And I said, you know, you'll find her. Just keep looking. And I'm sitting in this room, and I'm listening to Connie, and she's like smart and kind and soft-spoken and non-reactive and so engaging and so just easy to listen to. That, like, I mean, first of all, if you're 25 years younger, I totally want to hook you with my son. He's very good looking. But I'm also a former Marine, so you keep talking about the Marine Corps, and I'm not sure you ever made it in there, but I still respect the fact that you obviously sort of support and appreciate the Marine Corps. But I wanted to say that you are the absolute best example of a black woman that I would want my son to find, personality-wise and intelligence-wise, and just overall demeanor-wise. And I know you give me hope that there's somebody out there for him that will meet his expectations on an energy level, along with beautiful. You're obviously beautiful. And then, I don't know, it's just refreshing to have you here. I followed you. I want to see where you kind of hang out. I hang out on a lot of mixed spaces in here, and I hang out on a lot of primary black spaces in here. And I don't talk much because I end up getting kicked off the stage just because I'm white when I start talking sometimes, and that sucks because I think find a more reasonable room to hang out
They're in. very closed-minded when they do
It's tough,
that.
yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, they kick anybody. I have people, I gave them a little snippet because they want you to prove stuff, you know, like one guy told me Clay Donna was black, and he said, like, get some proof. I'm like, dude, nobody's proving shit to you. One guy said, so they're not your people because they're not doing anything for you unless you want to prove it. I'm like, nobody cares what you know what you think. And then, you know, so I gave them a little snippet, and I showed them a little genealogy tree. And so, but they were, you know, they were so freaking ignorant because they didn't. I said Lenape, you know, people who sold New York City. And I said Mexico. And they were like freaking out. No way, there's no such thing. And I'm sitting here like, that is one of the most original groups. And then, but, you know, what they do is if you talk about something with receipts, oh yeah, I'm related to that person too. But you're doing what my mother hated about her West Indian side. You're not being fair. Because you're sitting back and, you know, you're giving people the green bean, and you're censoring others when, you know, when they talk. And then you're saying, well, okay, well, you might be Native American but we're Indian or, you know, like that. And, you know, they try to discredit you. And I'm like, these are signs of a pretender. But right now I do have a white boyfriend.
It doesn't surprise me because for the white guys that like black girls, most of the black women nowadays, it's a tough personality. You know what I mean? It's a tough personality. There's a lot of energy there, and I've been sitting in some rooms recently, actually, very recently.
Oh, you have
where Sig-
to watch. You do have to watch the white privilege because it's like riding on an airplane. Now, my job is like riding on an alligator, but
it is. I love that.
Through the world, it
is. And trying to
on an airplane.
And trying to support my son and remind him that not everybody's the same, right? Like you're going to find somebody that has a combination of what you're looking for, and you don't need to compromise and date a white girl. You don't have to do that. Don't bother. You know what I mean? It's not in you.
You really don't. You have to, because my mom, she never had political conversation. She never told us we was better than anybody. She said everybody's created, before God, in the image of God. And she always said, go after your heart. But she did say, now, if you're going to deal with your dad's side, maybe that would be better to date, a white guy. So she did say that. And then, I had really nice hair. And she would just straighten it even more. And I felt so bad for her because I was like, she's in a world and she's just trying to be quiet and fit in. So I'm like, how you can't get into these straighters? And I felt so bad for her.
There's a guy here named Sig. He's a military guy, really, really good human being, great father, really smart guy. And
but doesn't he hate black women?
What's that?
No, he hates ghetto black women.
He hates ghetto black women, and he comes on, he hosts rooms where he talks about, like, I want my black women to step up. Like, I love black women, but I love the good black women, and there's too many obnoxious black women. So he's been hosting a lot of rooms lately on this topic, basically. And I've been sitting through these rooms, and 99% of the time, black women come on and they lose their shit on him, and he's like, you're just proving my point, And instead of, like, you'd be a perfect person if you can stumble into one of those rooms and just be yourself, and he's going to fall in love with you, and he's going to give you all the props you deserve, because the reality is you're exactly what he's talking about is out there, and he just encourages people, like, he thinks it's easier to find a good woman if she's white. He's married to a white woman. But he's not anti-black woman. He's not. He's
the opposite Tate in the clubhouse.
Yeah, and he's a good guy, but you would be an awesome, he would probably mod you, but you'd be an awesome person because you're not grandiose, you don't showcase, like, you're honest and authentic, and he is too, and I don't know, it just, the whole thing, there's just a lot of overlap. It's just really refreshing to listen to you talk because I've been having all of these influences of that thought in my head between my son and Sig from rooms and this and that lately. And I'm like, oh, here's proof that, that's wrong. Like there's awesome examples out there. So anyway, that's your flowers. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you.
And you're welcome. You're welcome. I met you. You know how to finesse people. You're a good moderator because you have me talking about things that I usually just don't talk about. I don't say it. But I've always been frank. So I think, like, if a person asks, I'll answer. But I do ad-lib a little more with you.
Can you have two franks in there? If you remember, Mojo's been trolling you a little bit in a fun way, though, not a mean way. And you are unbreakable. He's been commenting in the chat a little bit. It's just funny because that adds more credence to your incredible authenticity. But I think it's funny that you can break Mojo's efforts to be a sarcastic asshole if you can totally break him.
Are you single, Mike?
I've been married 27 years.
Okay, never mind. I just thought it would be very cute if maybe you and Connie just exchange numbers.
Oh, dude, I would totally if I was single. But I didn't want to go there. I don't want to be creepy. I'd rather hook her up with my son, but he's too young.
All of that's creepy, but it's been really sweet.
Thank you, because I'm trying to be honest without being creepy, because I don't want to sound creepy. It's like walking a tightrope. It's like walking a tightrope, so thank you.
I think it's really sweet that you give so much consideration to what you want for him to find for himself. Like, I just
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my wife and I have noticed since day one. We giggled, joked about it for a little bit. I wonder if, you know what I mean? And then here he is, and yes, we were right. It's not an if, it's a definite. We couldn't be happier for.
So how
We
did
just
you
wanted to be happy.
Well, hold on. So how did you know? Like, was he drinking like purple Kool-Aid when he was a kid?
You're such an ass. Listen, imagine he's in a stroller and white women, everybody comes up because my wife's Asian, I have twins, boy, girl, and so we have them in a double stroller. So we got a lot of attention, right? White, tall, 6'3" white guy with a little short, beautiful Asian woman and then this mixed twins. So we got a lot of attention. Whenever white people would come up, he'd look at them like who the hell are you? Like, you know what I mean? He was the guy that was like a little standoff. My daughter's like, hey, like human being, just woo. My son was like, I don't know about this one, right? But then a black woman would come up, because we're in Atlanta, and it happened quite a bit as well. He'd be like, oh my God, look at them. And he would just light up. I mean, practically like stick his arms out and want to just give her a big hug every time. This was when he was like an infant. And it went up to like the age of 3, age of 5, always, same thing. Same thing. We just knew it. It was crazy. And then the first girl he dated in high school was black. And it's like, oh, there you go. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know. Like, it's just funny. It's funny how, like, we didn't put that in him. He just, like, it's in him. Like, God put it in him. And I just think it's cute. And I support it. And thankfully he's not gay. Because that I would have struggled with more, to be honest with you. This I don't struggle with.
But is it me, or has everyone noticed that little white baby boys are just adorable and attracted to whatever floats their boat? Because whenever I go past a little white baby boy, you know, he sparks out, you know, like that. And I said to myself,
does he? That's cute.
Yeah, and I said to myself, well, and he's innocent now. I said, but wait till the world poisons him. We'll see if he can stand the test.
Well, yeah, and that's a good point. And to be honest with you, you know, nobody in this house has ever poisoned my son, and I've gone on my way actually to make sure he was in mixed environments as much as possible. And to be honest, what he feels about when he was talking about black women, it's just factual. Like it's just he's just overwhelmed by it, and it's a real thing. And I don't want to tell him like, oh, what you're saying is crazy. That's not true. All people are, you know, equal. Like the reality is that there is a I mean, I don't even know how to phrase it. You know, there is that stereotypical vision of a black woman being loud and obnoxious, but his experience in high school is that it was pretty incredible, pretty consistent. I mean, it's pretty obnoxious for him, and even his girlfriend, you know, she's sweet and all, but she was overly dramatic, and when she hung out with her black friend, she came back acting a slightly different person than when she hung out with my son for long periods of time without joining her black friends on the side. It would change. It would like code switch, even with her. And I think he just wants a genuine,
Can you give me
awesome.
an example? Like, give me a quote.
I'll give you an example.
No, I'm asking Mike.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Mojo?
You said the code switching. Give me an example. Like do the impersonation of the code switch.
No, it's not a code switch like that necessarily.
Oh, he said cosplay. You'll want to hear this.
Around
It's kind of like
hi, Mr. Mike, how are you? And then
it's kind of like. So I'll give you one example. So we got a new dog. Our dog passed away. We got a new one, and they're golden doodles. Both of them were. The other one was more golden retriever, less poodle. This one is like way more poodle, less golden retriever. So this one has really curly hair. It's soft and really curly. And so my son at one point was like was petting the dog and was like, oh my God, this one's crazy. Our new dog has hair like you. And she laughed about it around us. But then she went back and she told that story to her friends in high school, her black friends. And they convinced her that that was completely inappropriate and that he's racist for saying it. And then she came back and started being an asshole about what he said. And he's like, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I love you. I care about you. Like, they were together well over a year at this point. And she just couldn't, in the end of things, she couldn't get over it. That was one of the things she couldn't get over. She switched. And eventually, by the time they broke up, she was like convinced herself that what he said was completely racist and inappropriate. And he's just like, I don't need this drama. Like, it's one of the reasons they broke up. He's like, you're just so overly dramatic about things, and just stop. but there was a fundamental change between the way she acted genuinely in the moment versus what her friends convinced her after the fact that he was
Is
up
that
to.
kind of like when Will Smith laughed at the joke that Chris Rock said, and then after his wife,
Yes,
then he
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the same thing. She's pulled that. And it was really, the more time she spent around her friends after the fact, it became really problematic, and it was just bad because she started like gaslighting him about, what his intentions were when he wasn't, it wasn't his intentions at all. It was really clear. But ultimately that wasn't doing it. There was a lot of issues like that he would it's just almost call it like bumping cultures, and ultimately he couldn't bridge the gap of the cultural differential with her.
Too white.
He didn't need
Right.
to. He didn't need to because it sounds like she didn't have values. And
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she needed to be more understanding. Yeah,
Right.
she needed to be more fair and understanding, and there wouldn't have been that need.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
he didn't have to fix her.
my dad is 41 years older than me, and we sat down one day, and I don't tell everybody this story. We said, "What is black culture?" And then I went to the library and I read that during slavery times in Maryland, no one could understand black culture, and they looked at how the free and the enslaved, dealt with each other, but there was a significant importance there that kept them, communicating. And so you had two people there. He's 41 years older than me. She had 500 years, and we had never seen black culture. And I said, Dad, why do white men don't openly pursue black women as much as they used to during slavery days? He said, because, and I would move furniture into white women's houses. He said the mothers said they didn't want their sons with black women that they knew about because they didn't have any manners. And I was like, that's true, because I noticed that, they're not fair, and that they don't, necessarily, they'll say, well, I'm going to the amusement park. Well, why do I need to hear about the amusement park if you're not inviting me? And then another thing that happens with the culture bridge, I'm your everyday black girl until you get upset. Then you talk. We've been friends since elementary school. You talk about me even before I knew what tribe I had come from. So that's like a failure because she's Indian, and I'm sitting there like, with what nation? Because I was really young, like 18 or 20 something. So I understand what your son went through because I get it too. They need the numbers, but at the same time, I'm on the outside. I'm not your stereotypical black girl at all. And they'll tell me about it when they get angry or just need to, crash out.
Yeah, I know. I did a photo essay of for African American Month many years ago, and I had some people that I photographed portraits, and we had some interviews going on, and some of what the conversation got into was code switching. And one of the people that I was photographing, this person, Frank, keeps saying I'm racist, what a dickhead. The person I was photographing was from England, but she's black, and she had quite, a lot to say about like what her experience has been like moving to America from England, being black, and having what sounds like a white girl English accent, and how she has to code switch sometimes. And then she described me what that means in the culture, and how it's just so common, and how it's difficult because she wants to be authentic in all moments, but she feels like she can't be sometimes, and how it's a burden. I don't know, I just kind of empathized with the way she was explaining what it is, and it was something I had never really put much thought into at the time.
I'm noticing a lot with social media, a lot of white guys are marrying, in America, they're marrying more foreign women that when they get here, because they have to use the tax money to black foreign women. But they don't go by black in the Caribbean or any of the African nation states like that. And then sometimes I just be looking, and I'm like, aren't you tired of that weave? Just be, I just be like, I see that they see something on the inside, and it's not about prettiness or neatness, like that. So that's that's really interesting as well.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for Abram. Thanks for allowing us to have this conversation. I appreciate it. Go back to Mojo trolling. What's his name? Who's the last guy?
You know, I'm headed out.
You live in Atlanta too? You live in Sandy Springs?
I do.
And then who else? Oh, sorry. Can I just advise that you never know who's listening? I would minimize the amount of personal information that you
Kristen, I'm headed out for the night. I'm just wondering. I'm not vasectomized, Kristen, but like any advice on the ladies' front? You got like a great line I can use on a pretty girl tonight? Just maybe should I just be like, by the FYI, I'm not vasectomized? Maybe that would be my pickup line for that. You know, I was thinking, is war technically just a late-term abortion?
Where's Ann? Where's Ann here? Oh, there she is. Oh, she's back. Ann, can you walk through your theory about if you don't update, you get to sue them at some point?
Wait, what?
If you don't update the app, you get to sue Clubhouse at some point. Can you walk us through that theory?
No, I'm just saying that I didn't opt in and accept the terms and conditions. So if they ever use my voice for commercial use and like making my voice say things that I never said, publish it or something, then I'm not down for it.
Who told you that you're going to be able to make any cut?
Did you read the terms of service? The updated one?
Do you know that by being on the app that you are agreeing to terms of service?
Well, in your terms of service, you have to agree or no thanks.
No, you
Can't
don't.
with that. Yes, there's. It happens every time I log into the app. I can screenshot it.
You should understand that use of the app is implicit consent.
You guys, I'm not trying to have an argument.
We are.
I just hate to see you not enjoy the app.
What do you mean? I enjoy the app.
Not if you're not getting all the features.
Yeah, you're not getting pulled.
Oh, you mean like because I didn't. Oh my god. The subscription. And don't fall into.
No, not the subscription, just the polls.
Don't fall into the trap of Roger's poll. Thank you for laughing at my joke. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Is the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccines, are those technically just early-term abortions as opposed to late-term abortions? Or preemptive abortions, I think is what the eugenicists call it.
I think this room's getting sleepy.
I think so too, but it's such a satisfying sleep. And that was so cute, the exchange you had with Connie. I love it, love it, love it.
It is. The energy in here is really calm. Very.
Mike, what Asian is your wife?
She is. She's in American-born Chinese, full Chinese woman.
Oh, okay.
Who I met in Indiana, and I've been told by Asian guys every time I mention that, it's like, you got an ABC? That's like finding a unicorn, man.
Chinese.
Well, you
Yeah,
know,
they speak unicorn.
I've noticed that this generation here that's in their 20s, 30s, they're not that attractive. Because when I was growing up, they had the most. Every Asian woman I would come across when I was growing up looked like they were ready for the Miss USA pageant or something. So I've just noticed.
Well,
you know,
they turn into little short, stereotypical old Asian women like overnight. Like they go, like they stay the same, and then like you wake up one morning and you're like, holy shit, and she looks like something in a Disney movie. You know what I mean?
She looks like her mother.
Looks like her mother, but she turns into it not like white people where it takes time. It kind of just happens overnight. So she looks like she's 20 until she's like 60, and then she looks like she's 60 that day. Yeah.
So they're not the black don't crack type people.
Well, they are until they're like in the 60s.
Right.
You'll see a 58.
Really old.
Oh, but you'll see like a 58-year-old like Filipino or Chinese, and you'd be like, "How old are you? 30?" And she's like, "I'm 58. I drink it." You're like, "Wait,
Right.
what?" But they.
I mean, my wife is absolutely fucking beautiful, and she still is. Probably prettier than she was when she was 20.
Oh, well, you know,
I think she's an exception.
in the synagogues, that's who if they're not bringing another woman that looks like them, they usually bring an Asian girl to the synagogue.
I got myself a Filipino.
Yeah, my son is half Filipino.
Filipinos are pretty because they look like they're half white, half Asian by default.
Yeah, there's like a Spanish look to them.
Yeah, a little bit like that, yep. I think the prettiest Asians are Koreans, to be honest with you. I think they're the prettiest Asians.
I don't like the round face.
Oh,
You don't like it? Or you do?
I don't.
I like a square jaw, like a very chiseled square jaw on a woman for some reason, and Koreans have a lot of that going on. Japanese have more of a pointed jaw, but Koreans have square jaws. So that round face thing you're identifying, for me, is probably a good thing if it's not cherubic round, but it's like chiseled round.
They just are the least well behaved.
Which ones?
Koreans.
Oh, are they? I've never really been around many Koreans before.
Well, were you trying to say they're prejudiced?
It's just such an extreme, tough culture. The more you get exposed to it, the more you're like, whoa.
They're not as subservient as like Japanese.
No. Well, I wouldn't call any Asians subservient. I would say they're not polite.
Asian women are subservient in public, just not in private.
I don't think that's no, I don't think that's a sensible way to interpret their behavior. They're courteous. They're courteous. But that's like a complex thing, but like part of there's this idea in Japanese society that the courtesy you display in public in accord with your role is also protection for you, right? You do what is according to your role, and then you're in the right, and you don't have to do anything outside of that. The other party can't have expectations for you outside of that. So you just make sure you do what you're supposed to do. And in Japan, they have a very polite society, and that politeness is not subservience. It's just your duty in a certain context. You know,
That's politeness.
It's what you owe that society, not that particular person.
That politeness is a public thing because they are freaky as fuck in private. Totally changes. I lived there for 2 years. It's totally different. Like they'll run circles around anybody else that I've ever known who wasn't Japanese, like after the fact, but like in public, it's a whole different thing. It's just like, it's like all that pent up control, self-control turns into like fly your freak flag when you get behind it in the bed. It's just a little odd like that. Like even the men like looking at pornographic cartoons on the Shinkansen, like not even embarrassed to be just perusing those things. Like the whole thing is kind of secretly perverted, but outwardly controlled. It's interesting.
Well, or you might say that they control the things that contribute to, they control the things that need to be controlled. You know, their society is polite, things go smoothly, you know, and the things that don't need to be controlled are not society's business. So they don't control that shit. And that's
fine.
Okay. Like there's a lot of this way that we interpret this that like kind of projects, I think, certain kind of Western norms onto them, and then assumes they have some motivation or like psychodynamics that maybe we would have. Maybe these would be like, you know, this is like we're repressing outwardly, so we express inwardly or something. But I don't think you have to interpret what's going on in Japan that way. It is organized differently. You know, here I'm allowed, and here I got to do this other thing. But that's public life and private life, and every society has that.
I appreciate that, Jason. That's a very fair way to describe it. I mean, yeah, it's a much more civil, nuanced way to describe it, and probably much more accurate.
Who changed the title to My Wife is Asian? That's hilarious.
I did not do that.
I'm not
That's pretty funny.
I believe the fit.
That's
I mean, I think you're throwing shade at someone, but I don't see the one who I thought you'd be targeting. No shade.
No, it's no shade. It's like an inside joke, not shade.
I just stopped by to say hello.
Monica? Oh, you did vote in the poll.
It did.
I'm doing a massive rethinking of my stance on abortion.
Based on what?
Well, based on the fact that, like, anytime we've had those rooms, these conversations, when you really talk to people, I feel like the majority of the population kind of sits in that similar place of feeling like nobody wants to see anyone abuse, like, unwanted pregnancies, but most people feel very compelled in situations like rape and incest, or when the mother's life is in danger, that, you know, it shouldn't be, doctors and physicians and patients shouldn't have to worry about legal hoops, from the perspective of worrying about being, you know, hindered or prosecuted by the law. And, you know, I've grappled with this for a long time because I do consider myself very, very pro-life, but I wrestle a lot with the fact that there are very real-world complexities to that position, and I just don't think that we can legislate for them. So I don't think that we should legislate abortion at all. I think we should go back to making abortion a medical decision that only a doctor and her medical team and a patient and a doctor can make the decision on what's in the best interest for everybody. You know, I mean, the thing of it is, doctors, they already have a Hippocratic oath, and there's certainly things that we could do with regards to medical ethics to make sure that, you know, it's not abused and overused. We already know that the stats for those very real situations are pretty minimal. So obviously we should naturally see a reduction in the number of abortions that are going. And like I said, I mean, I don't know. The doctors have review boards and panels for everything. Like, they have to be accountable for all kinds of stuff anyway. So I just don't see why they couldn't work that into the medical establishment. And I feel like that would probably appease most people on the abortion issue.
Okay.
I'm still working it out,
right. And this is going to be my answer, and then we can turn the mic over to other people who want to participate. But the poll had, it said, what is this elective abortion? my answer would definitely be it's baby murder. Definitely. And then I don't know of any conservative who enjoys the idea of forcing women to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term. And sometimes the fetus is so malformed or the mother's life truly is at risk. Ectopic pregnancies, that's not a viable pregnancy. An abortion or DNC would be needed because that baby's not going to survive and it's a health risk to the mother. These are all viable considerations. So it does make answering the poll harder. Optimally, what I would like, it would be there would be no laws on the books about abortion at all, and that women would be told about the sanctity of life, and they would choose life or abstinence or parenthood or adoption. Those are the choices, I think, for instead of elective abortion. But then also, I'm not interested in anyone's vagina or their womb. So I see where you're coming from. I see the dilemma. Like, black genocide is not a bad answer to this when you look at the proportion of abortions that happen to black women. And then also political football. Mike is not wrong. It's tossed up, and the people on the left say you don't care about children because you don't adopt children who are in foster care. You just care about forcing women to have unwanted babies, and then once they're born, you don't care about them. And then what about forcing women who are raped or have incest? You're going to make them, and then the people on the right are like, we've conditioned women to think that parenthood and motherhood are not valuable. And a woman having 4 or 5 or 6 abortions, that's a lot. You know, so anyway, I'll let someone else answer too. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, like I said, I'm still working on some nuances, but we cannot legislate for every situation. And when I hear about mothers with babies who are dead in her womb and doctors refusing to give her service because they're worried about the legal ramifications of performing a necessary surgery and her fertility is at risk, like that's not okay. And
well, that's medical malpractice, though. That's the doctors and the hospitals. That's not the law. That's them misinterpreting the law, and they should be sued. And they have been sued.
I don't think that's fair given some of the laws that are on the books.
They're very hesitant to do what they feel they need to do because they're afraid of the repercussions that unfairly coming on them later. Like there's a structure that's set up that scares the shit out of them because none of them want to go to prison for doing the right thing, and it's done that way on purpose in a lot of cases by the states, some of the states.
Well, I wouldn't say horrible. Well, even if it's not done on purpose, the way the law is administered makes it clear that they can't do this. The way it's administered right now, like in Texas, okay, where even if we set it aside, like malintent or whatever, these are old laws that were never put into practice. They were never intended to be put into practice. When they were drafted, they knew they wouldn't go into practice. And then we're picking them up, I don't know, 50 years later, after they were written. And it's like, oh, they actually don't work very well. And we are redrafting them.
Are we talking about redistricting, Jason?
No, we aren't.
Texas has actually established new laws in light of the Roe v. Wade decision being overturned. They've literally made it illegal in several access points crossing the state line for you to take a pregnant woman over the state line.
Those are new. Those are new.
Yeah, it started in Lubbock.
But the law regarding medical abortions within Texas, these are old laws. They're old laws all over the country because those are trigger laws that were set to go into effect if Roe v. Wade were ever overturned. And they are poorly written laws, and nobody knows how they work because, you know, the people who set them up are dead. They're not in they're not in the legislature anymore. Now you have people later on coming along trying to administer them. In some cases, you could say they're being administered in bad faith. In some cases, you could say they're being administered poorly, but it's not medical malpractice. I mean, the doctors have, you know, judges in the state have no clear idea how laws are supposed to be enforced.
No, I agree with you. And that's exactly why I don't think it's something that should, I don't think it's a legislatable topic. It is, by all accounts, it is a medical decision. And I don't think it should be legislated because we can't possibly account for all of the potential circumstances.
My general belief has always been that if it wasn't for the government and the political parties deciding that this is a core issue that they can use to get votes at some point in my lifetime when they made this decision, I don't know exactly when that was, that most of us wouldn't care quite so much about it. It's like nobody looks at shades of gray anymore, right? I feel like the huge majority of Americans could agree that, like, when a baby looks like a bubble, taking a pill to make sure it doesn't stick to your uterine lining at that point is not killing a baby, okay? And at the same time, when it looks like a seahorse, well, that gets a little more dicey. Does that seahorse have a brain and a heart? Well, now it gets harder to argue, right? When it looks like a miniature person, yeah, that's troublesome. I think most Americans would agree that, like, chopping its arms off and puncturing a hole in its head and sucking its brain out with a vacuum is really fucked up, right? So why can't we just agree that the first part with the bubble and the second part with the pop in the hole in its head is super fucked up, right? And that the bubble is super okay. And that the argument comes from, like, does it look like a seahorse with a heartbeat? Does it have a brain? Can it feel pain? All that stuff. But the way that conservatives use the word baby to apply to zygotes and two-cell organisms is a huge stretch that is dishonest in nature by default on purpose.
I don't
And that's
know.
what I would think.
I don't think it's dishonest in nature because, you know what, whenever I was trying to get pregnant and I got that big fat positive on my test, like, that little two-celled organism was a baby to me. Like, I don't think I'm being disingenuous when I say that, you know, that I consider it a baby. I mean, that doesn't come from a place of being disingenuous or trying to...
Well, if that's the case, then babies die all the time supernaturally, a lot. There's a lot of double-celled organisms that don't stick to the side constantly. And, like, we're not going out our way to make sure they stick because it's super important that human life not go away for any reason. Like, we're not finding ways to keep the single-celled organisms from causing miscarriages. We're not finding ways to
right? And, like, I mean, I agree. I know what you're saying. Like, we went through in vitro. I have twins, and we went through in vitro, and obviously, when we found out that we had two, 8-cell organisms in there, I even have a picture of the photo of them both side by side, and I was like, oh, my kids, you know, like, I knew they were my kids, yet I called them my kids. It's like my future kids is what I really should say, but even then, man, they gotta stick around and we get naked. I didn't know what they were or not, so I don't think that, like, the fact that they, like, make certain verbiage because we're hopeful and excited is the same as, like, actually identifying that thing as baby.
Mike, do you know what the price is per abortion to taxpayers? It's $16,000. It costs $16,000 billion divided by 60,000.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually been abortions.
I would like to come back to something Senator Lee said about not being able to legislate in this area.
The league have good lobbyists.
But I think it like legislate in this area, and there are examples of good legislation in this area all over the world where abortion is not a political football. And in countries all over the world, you see something like the trimester framework, where abortion is more or less readily available in the first 3 months. It becomes more restricted in the next 3 months. And then in the final 3 months, we say, okay, is there a threat to the mother's health? Or is this a pregnancy that is not going to come to term? And this is a pretty reasonable framework to work from. And what I think we end up with in America is too often, there's a strong tendency in America to want all or nothing frameworks for stuff, you know? So like people will tell you, it's an unrelated issue, I won't go into it, I only offer this example because of how illuminating it is. People will tell you, guns are banned everywhere except in America. Or semi-automatic rifles are banned everywhere except in America. And then you go to Austria, or Germany, or Switzerland, or France. Are semi-auto rifles banned? No, they are not actually banned. What they have is this like tiered framework, A, B, C, D of guns, and you need these different like tiers to get into them. They don't ban them outright. But in America, the only two policies we discuss in this area are like, well, let's ban them, or you can have them. You know, you can buy them at Walmart, right? And there's no like intermediate concept. And with abortion, we do the same thing. You know, with drugs, we often do the same thing. We're like, well, you can just have drugs, or they're illegal and you got to go to jail for them, you know? And there's no, also, like, I think with the cannabis clubs and so on, we actually are evolving that intermediate concept there. But for a long time, the debate is just like drugs, yes or no. And the way we're treating abortion is we're just like abortion, yes or no. And you're not going to get good laws either way, that way. You know, I think we have to embrace these more complex legal regimes, somewhat more complex, somewhat more nuanced, you know.
With guns too, Jason?
I just wanted to.
I don't want to change the topic.
Oh no, about
Fair enough.
I just want to mention, like, if anybody's on my side, they want to see like abortion completely, outlawed in the sense of the Supreme Court ruling on it. You don't even have to have a federal ban. You just have to have that the Supreme Court deems that as maybe inside the womb. If you believe in that, you should look into the birthright citizenship argument that the ACLU is pushing for on the basis that people who are in the womb are considered U.S. citizens, and that they should have rights, and they should have the rights even if they're not born yet. So even if they're still in the mother's womb and some lady comes over from China, the second she hits the United States, if the baby's in her tummy, then that's considered a U.S. citizen even before it's born. That's what they're trying to push for. And a lot of the liberal, scholars on jurisprudence and stuff are arguing that it's a fucking dumb idea because it could open the door to the Supreme Court ruling that a baby who's in the womb is a legal U.S. citizen, and they do have birthright citizenship in that sense, which would then criminalize them having abortions, which I think is fucking amazing. I used to support the ACLU that they went all woke, but they've done something that's fucking amazing. So if you guys want to support the ACLU, you should definitely go on and donate some money.
Well, the thing is that people get pissy when I say this in room, but Trump only has one more hurdle, and that's the Senate, and that automatic birthright citizenship is out of here. You will be introducing yourself as the person who didn't finalize your citizenship status. I even had a girl ping me into a room to tell me to get the fuck out of here, you old ass. I don't even know if she said bitch or not. And I was like, gee, I kind of want to live to be 200 years old. I don't want to die young. I still got a lot of things I want to do. Right. And so she's just really butthurt about what's going on. But yeah, that those who did not finalize their status when their parents got the green cards, they're going to have a problem, and they should, talk with a lobbyist and a lawyer, because you can't, America cannot hold everybody. 26 million came in throughout the Biden administration, and they bought nothing but the Western Union everything back out. You can end with no resources, so that means you had to take from somebody, and we all know that Black people get the back burner of everything when it comes to domestic issues, especially if there's something hot on the table, like nuclear proliferation, keep people from using nuclear, keep people from going rogue into communism or fascism or something like that. And so that ideal of continuing to let your girlfriend's child be an automatic citizen is over with. It will be finalized, and even a harsher enforcement once the Senate votes on it, and it's headed to the Senate any day now. Well, it's there. They're just like sneezing over it. Yeah. So that's the thing. I always said if something goes wrong, I would run back to the reservation or something. But it's it is what it is, because they only have a small staff, and it's like they're inundated with a lot of paperwork. And I don't believe a lot of people are illegal immigrants. I think that people have dropped the ball and did not process the paperwork fairly or accurately. That's what I think.
Rich, I have a question. Are you going to answer me?
For who?
For Rich.
Who's Rich? Messy?
Messy.
No, I do too. I have a question for him.
He's mad at me.
Messy, my question is, it's real basic, I think, but I just don't understand. Why would the ACLU push an agenda that categorizes fetuses in a womb as American citizens, when ultimately that seems counterproductive to allowing continuation of abortions? Like, on one side you're saying abortion should be okay, and you're not necessarily killing a baby, you're just making a decision that's the right of a woman. And the other side you're saying this thing's an American citizen before it's born, which means it's a baby that would likely have rights at that point based on that decision to make it a citizen. And it seems like that would lend to more pro-life focus. Does that make sense? Like, it seems the two things are opposite, or that they're trying to make something happen that would cause a lot of problems with their other stance of pro-choice. Am I missing something? Does that make sense? Like, I would expect the ACLU to argue they're not babies and they're not citizens till they're born, and that way they continue pushing for abortions.
But then that makes arguing for birthright citizenship hard, right? Which is what Messy is saying, is that the reason the ACLU is advancing this argument is to support birthright citizenship.
Well, that doesn't change much if the birthright citizenship remains when the birth takes place. No? Like, why would they? But why would they need to extend birthright citizenship?
They maybe don't have to, but this is what he's saying is one of their techniques that they're employing. Okay, so they're not employing it on. They're not employing it on the abortion issue. They're employing it in this other area.
Right.
And
but it has implications.
So that's why. But the lawyers work one case at a time. And the lawyers working on this case are like, maybe this idea will work, And then maybe someone else will come in and say, no, you can't do that because of this implication. But it's not like it's one big. It's a bunch of different lawyers, right? And they are all doing different shit. So I think what he's saying makes sense. I don't think it has the actual implications he's talking about. But serendipity, I really was hoping to hear your like pushback basically on like, because I'm saying we can legislate. There are proven legal regimes for this. There are proven strategies. And what would be so bad about adopting one of those?
Well, again, like I said, I just feel like there's going to be circumstances and situations that are going to, when you draw very hard, rigid lines, you're always going to have something that's going to test the boundaries of the hard, rigid lines. Even if you do the trimester, you know, first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, there's always going to be a situation that's going to come up that's going to be outside of the confines of those very specified outlines within the trimester, which is why I think essentially it, you know, takes the law out of it. Let them be medical decisions, because honestly, in every situation, the doctor and the patient, medical team, however you want to frame it, are the ones that they're in the best position to hopefully make the right choice for all the parties involved, you know? I don't know. Like I said, it's just something I've been bantering around in my head, because I agree. I do take the position that I personally believe that life begins at conception. But I really struggle with the fact that I have empathy for the women that either are victims of violence, or the women who probably desperately want those babies, but, you know, carrying that baby to term is a huge jeopardy to herself. You know, and what if she's got other children she has to take care of, and a husband? Like, I don't know. I have so much empathy for those situations that if you're going to take a pro-life stance, the only way to really do it is to be all in, like Mojo said. Otherwise, your whole philosophy falls apart. But I can't ignore the fact that those are very real problems. They're very real circumstances, and I just can't wash away not having empathy for them. That's probably just the woman in me.
Can I just say to Christy and Magoo, you missed a hell of a room earlier. I think the first room of rational discussion group was a killer. And if you think about how many people attended for the first room compared to a room that's been going for 3 years, I would imagine that by mid next week we're going to be doing much bigger numbers than the other ones. So Christy, you might want to get in before it's too late. Also, do you guys remember the room we did the other day with the title, What's Worse, the Vaccine or the Disease? You guys remember that? Anybody? John? Serenity? Nobody remembers. Nobody's at the
title the other day?
Yeah, do you remember that?
I don't know, but I saw it today.
Yeah, so we did that
exact same title.
We did that exact same title, and Jonathan Bing stole word for word the title.
Yeah.
I can't complain considering I stole Gary Baumgartner's title word for word, but I can say that Jonathan Bing is hitting a new low. Christy, how was Gary's room? I'm guessing it was boring. Our room was action-packed.
I don't think Christy's here anymore. PTR? Oh no, she's down below, sorry.
Christy's here. Christy said it was informative. That is what that room is never. Gary's room is a bunch of fucking NPR listening, boring fucking people that just get up there and they don't build on any points. They just get up there and they just say words. It's just fucking word salad. It used to be good though, but now it's Monsef. Hey, let's hear from Monsef. Jesus fucking Christ.
Gary Baumgarten?
Yeah, Baumgarten.
The problem with his rooms, I think, is that it's exact same people every single day on stage. Scott, the Navy,
and what about debate the news? They do bring up
debate. Hold on. Debate the News is ran by the biggest no talent on this app, Jonathan Bing. Jonathan Bing is a big no talent hack that rides on the coattails of Nelson Apega. Jonathan Bing has never had an intelligent thought. He's never had an original thought. He is a big dum-dum.
Is that your gist about him too, Connie? Is that what you feel about that room?
Well, when I go in there, they don't like let anybody talk, and they'll read off something that happened, and they want to know what you think, but then they do they move along very quickly, and they don't want to know what you think. It's the worst censorship I've ever seen in my 16 years of living. So that I don't go in there because I'm like, I subscribe to all the news articles, Apple News. Like I just read my own news. So that's what I don't like about it. I don't like about it at all. And then the people there, they don't like communicate with each other because, you could back end each other or type in the chat what you think. So I don't know why it's a type that goes in there. But for Clubhouse, most people are there for the entertainment, not to learn a new perspective, way of thinking, or something that they totally agree on as fact.
Yeah, I think that Mojo. I think that Gary's room. To your point, Connie, Gary's room, like he leaves the chat turned off, which is really frustrating because he lets people talk as long as they want, and they have to go in order. And there's absolutely no checking in. Like if somebody says something and you're just like, yeah, I agree. Like he would like freak out on you just for
Well,
so,
but it's worse than what you're saying because there was a guy just yesterday that gets up there and the topic of the room was oh god, it was ICE, right? They were talking about Trump's border policies, and this guy got up there and said that ICE is getting paid. The ICE agents get paid for every deportation, which is something that was super easy to fact check. Then they had another person that got up and said, "Thanks for making that point. I was going to say that." And it's like, wait a minute, like these are easily fact check fucking issues,
right?
And nobody's able to push back. And then Gary only pushes back on selective things and on selective people.
Correct.
And so it's just weird. And then the idea that they closed the chat because somebody called him a racist one day. And so instead of being able to moderate the chat, they closed the chat. Then after people complained a lot, they created a chat on fucking of all apps, Facebook, right? So they've got a Facebook chat that you can join. It's just great. The whole thing is backwards.
It is, but here's what I think. I think the reason that he runs it the way he does it is because he's an actual journalist, and I think it's all about his content research. I think that like the reason he doesn't want me to talk to you and you to talk to me and for us to have a conversation or even to fact check. I think if he hears something that's interesting, he probably takes a note of it and he fact checks it later before he ever writes about it. But I think he's looking for people to give him ingredients for his articles. I think it's his way of like picking the brains of other people so that he can probably use some of what's being said in whatever he's going to write later. And then from that perspective, that's why he's holding those rooms. You would explain why he's okay with him talking for 5 minutes one at a time.
Well, what he could do, though, is he could take the boringest people that don't have shit to say, like the David Garcias and the fucking, the Martin Crest of the world, and just don't bring them up. There's some people that are just not well informed, and they don't have interesting shit to say. Like he's not going to get anything good from stuff, like for most of those people. And then the people that he could get something good from, like somebody like Anson, he'll like argue with Anson and then fucking dismiss him and put him down. It's like, dude, like the one guy with the real world experience that can add something to the conversation, and he doesn't want to use it.
He was a fucking nuclear submarine captain. Like, that's pretty fascinating to talk to, right? When you're talking about geopolitical issues. But he gets treated with the same endeavor as like some fucking goofball idiot that also takes 5
Yeah, hey, Anderson, that's enough from you. We're going to sit you down, and then, hey, next on stage is Monza.
And you're right about people saying stupid shit, and you can't say, that's not true, because he's like, stop talking. And have you ever been there when Victoria loses her shit? You know Victoria, she's super hyper-liberal, right?
Yeah, well, hold on. Mike, you know Victoria's coming here and claims that she's briefed 3 separate presidents in the Situation Room?
Oh, she really has? Oh, that's hysterical.
That's her claim.
She'll sit in his room and someone will say something and she'll just be losing her shit, right? Because she's so hyper-liberal and that room is generally very conservative. And she'll be losing her shit and she'll want so bad to argue and then she'll like chime in, just something simple, like, that's not true. And you'd be like, stop, I'm going to send you down if you do it one more time. And she cannot resist herself. She's like, that's not true. And she'll be like, that's fine, I'm kicking you out. And he'll kick her out, and or she'll leave. But I don't think I've ever heard her actually, like, she'll be like 6th in line. She's never made it to 6th in line. She has such little self-control that she literally can't sit on stage long enough to get her turn.
The other part of that room that's fucking just horrible is when Scott Jones thinks that he's doing a good impersonation of Donald Trump.
Oh, it's cringe.
He's got the worst Donald Trump fucking impersonation. And
Gary, it's so cringy. It's so cringy.
Gary's like old and can't hear well, so he probably thinks it's fucking funny.
No, it's so cringy. And Scott busts into it in the middle of like.
Well, do you guys remember when you brought up some issues about chillism? The guy hurried up and left. He said what he had to say, he left. I was like, okay, I see what we're working with now.
You know, Mike, I picture when Gary hears Scott doing the Donald Trump impersonation, he's probably laughing on the other end and having memories of Rich Little being on Johnny Carson and just thinking that Scott's the second coming of Rich Little.
Yo, John, you there? Kitover.
He's got a campaign to run. What's going on here?
No, he called me just a minute ago and I ignored the call, so I was seeing if he was still there.
The one thing I'll say about Gary is he's very, very consistent. The guy frickin' runs that damn room down to the second at 5 p.m. every fucking weekday.
Dude, you know what was crazy? Is we did the counter programming over here. We created a house called the Rational Discussion Group. We start at the same time that he starts his room, and we use the same title that he used. But somebody pointed out to me that because he's so on time, he opens the room 5 minutes early. So starting on Monday, we're gonna start 10 minutes early.
Yeah, he does it exactly 5 minutes. So you can do 6 minutes and still beat him because he will be consistently exactly 5 minutes, down to the fucking second. And he won't start talking until the top of the hour. Like once that, he'll watch that second hand and he'll immediately start.
There is something refreshing about that part of it. Like,
but he said it's because of his broadcasting days because he was in broadcasting as well, and he says it's ingrained in him. He can't not do it, which I find it refreshing too, actually.
Yeah, that part's cool.
I mean, if you do like being on the radio.
The other thing though is like he's trying to get a serious conversation, and then he's got Scott Jones. I can only imagine what Scott has said. Scott's probably been in his back channel begging him. You gotta put me in, Gary. You gotta put me in. I do
sound like him. That's a pretty good interpretation.
I do impersonations, Gary.
You do an impersonation of Scott doing an impersonation of other people.
Scott's an interesting guy. I wish Scott would come in here. We should. I think Scott would agree with me that his impersonation is terrible.
He would. He's a good guy. He's there every day. He's always the first one to talk. And honestly, I get tired of hearing from him sometimes, but it's what it is.
Remember when Meryl was a co-host?
Yeah, she would fight with Gary all the time. All the time. She still shows up sometimes, but she doesn't come on it anymore.
She spoke yesterday, and it was pretty funny. Scott had made some mention about dildos and sodomy laws. Had nothing to do with the topic. And then when Meryl gets up there, she built on the point that Scott made. And then when I got up there, I was just like, "Hey, what's going on? How come nobody's on topic? You got Meryl over here talking about dildos and sodomy?" And it's hilarious.
He's the perfect person to like do that with too, because it'll hurt his feelings so bad that he'll beat himself up for being a bad moderator.
Well, when I criticize the chat, he's all. This is part of the other thing. He goes. Well, if you don't like how I run the room, you could go start your own room. And then so today we did just that. It was we're counter programming. What excites me about the counter programming, it wasn't even my idea. It was Anson's idea. Anson's the one that came to me in my back channel and said, "Yeah, I just can't do that other room anymore. I wish there was a space." And then I said, well, why don't you do it? And he goes, "Maybe I will." And then I go, "Okay, it's done." So then I created the house. And then
Anson became tired of being in that room.
He won't do it. Yeah. And today we had I guarantee our conversation was better than the one they had, because we had people we had Anson talking about the topic, and over there you've got okay, now let's hear from Monsef. There's no way Monsef is going to break down these issues more than Anson.
Well, and if you allow a little follow-up and a little bit of back and forth right there, that automatically makes the room less awkward. His room is really awkward. And
the only difference that we had in our title is we have the title word for word, but then I added with chat.
He used to not even allow thumbs up and stuff too. He finally opened that up, but it used to be you couldn't even do that. So you'd have to sit there and listen for an hour to wait your turn. And you couldn't even say good job to somebody that was.
I like going in there and doing the thumbs down to people like Victoria before she's even speaking. Oh man, it is a fun room to troll because you can use the GIFs. People are talking, and I'm just using the wrap it up with GIFs that with Jimmy Fallon. That's my favorite GIF for that room. Christy likes that room though. I don't know what it is with Christy and old white men. She likes sitting in rooms listening to, "Oh, they sound so professional, these old white fellas." She probably likes those old white guys on the Muppets too that sat up in the fucking balcony.
Do you like the biggest old white guy here, Steve? Does she like him? Listen to Steve.
You mean Steve Appel or Steve?
Yeah, Steve Appel. Steve Appel. He's so loud sometimes. I like Steve Appel. I don't dislike him. He's just so fucking loud sometimes. Just the way he has his mic set up, that he'll just bust into somebody.
That's the God mic. I had a chance to meet up with Steve Appel when I was in LA, and Dr. Jordan and I went over and crashed his pad, and it was cool, man. We're chilling with Steve and his dog, and he's got classic rock and roll going on in the back, like 50s rock, 60s rock, and we're just chatting. It was cool. Steve and Dr. Jordan are both 100% exactly what you would expect them to be like.
Does Steve have a mic set up, like a DJ hanging down in front of a mic thing in his house? Is that what he talks into?
I don't know. I didn't see his setup, to be honest. We
okay.
chilled in the living room.
I picture him acting like a DJ, full on all out DJ when he's on Clubhouse.
I like Steve. He's fun.
Yeah, I've always liked him. He named a rule after me, apparently, that people think I'm famous for on here now, which is really funny. People that follow him.
He called it the Mike Moon rule, and he still calls it that all the time. But I was giving him shit one time because I was like, you need to let people go back and forth sometimes because he's so. I don't know. I don't think he's a narcissist, but he just is so domineering sometimes that like two people want to talk and he'll keep interrupting in the middle of the two people. I said, like, Steve, you need to back down. These people talk back and forth sometimes to let the conversation develop a little bit without your input all the time. And
here's
he
what
thought that was a great idea. You call it the Mike Moon rule, so you can request it and you can talk to somebody directly.
I think Steve is genuinely interested in having good conversations, which is rare on this app. Like I can't even say that like with a straight face anymore. Once upon a time, like I felt like I was genuinely interested in that. Now it's just like, you know, this is post-apocalyptic. Like there's no more rules.
Well, you definitely troll a hell of a lot more than you did before you left.
Although I did create rules. Just yesterday I created rules. Have you read the rules of this house?
I have not. I'll go check them out.
I bet Christy likes the rules of this house. Christy seems like someone that appreciates rules.
But you've got a good speaking voice. Have you ever thought of taping what you do for a podcast?
Why would I have to do that? It streams on YouTube 24/7.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. What you just said, there's dozens of people listening to that right now on YouTube.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! There's a thing that is beginning to say. Oh, okay. Well, can I have the link?
Matthew, can you get her a link and put it in the chat for where we stream this?
Mojo, whatever happened to the Liberty folks, the two of them?
You mean Connie and Jimmy?
Yeah. Whatever happened to them?
Connie had some things going on, and Jimmy's been busy with work, but more importantly, like, the Liberty movement just died because when the Libertarian Party decided to essentially endorse Donald Trump, well, not officially because they couldn't with their bylaws, but all of the people that were influential were personally endorsing him. Christy, the reason why it's English only is because if I don't do that, you have people typing in the chat in a language that I can't moderate. And so I then don't know if they're insulting someone, doxing somebody. They could be doing something really problematic, and I just wouldn't even know it.
Plus, you're just super racist.
And there's that. But you can't call me homophobic, not with this photo of mine. Serendipity, still right. I was gonna make a joke earlier, and it, at the moment passed. I won't say it now, but like, it was a throwback, a callback to a different room about.
Yeah, I found out why John's not answering. He fucking is. He's out at the bar drinking.
Nah, he's probably down at the gym.
And he said he's in some shit in, like, northwest Chicago, some, like, area where there's all those nightclubs and bars.
Him and Hakima are supposed to meet up for a beer.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. He said he's in northwest Chicago right now.
Roger,
Talk to me.
will you ask Messi why he won't talk to me? You were meaner to him in that room than I was.
That wouldn't talk to you.
No, I wasn't mean.
I asked you on 3 separate occasions the question, and you have been silent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd let you guys know I was working.
Look, I wasn't mean to Rich. I just, I reject his style of evangelizing. I think that Look, I once.
Let's not do it again.
Well,
He's doing the Nathan thing. He's like building.
No, let's not do it again because
hold on. I want to just make this very clear because Rich and I used to have problems on the app. Then I've come back and I actually like Rich, but when people say Rich can be problematic, I understand where that comes from. He's just stubborn. He's not a bad guy. He's just stubborn. But this is an issue where I genuinely think like that it's not going to have the impact that he thinks it's going to have. Because if somebody already believes what he believes, then he doesn't need to say it, right? All he's got to do is point him to the scripture, right? But if they don't believe what he believes, then you have to have a starting point that's not, condemnation. And that's my only point. I just don't find that it would be effective to solve a problem. Unless what you're hoping to do is just make somebody feel terrible about themselves. Because if they did believe what you believe and they still didn't want to retreat from their sin, and you're telling them that, you're just going to make them feel bad. And I don't. And like your answer to that would probably be something like, well, if they save their soul, I don't care if they feel bad. But if you're
I could explain real quick what.
Sure, but if you wanted to help them, why wouldn't you just give them a baby step? Give them a baby step.
So if it's somebody that's genuinely interested in knowing about God, it's like 5 or 6 people that I've talked to that have came to Christ. Not by my work at all. Anything, just like telling them what the scripture is and like helping them understand things in the scripture. Has always been somebody that like, I brought up like the Bible to this guy named Sky, and he's a Hispanic guy. I know here in Lubbock, and I brought up the Bible a couple times, and he's just like, yeah, I'm an atheist, I don't really believe all that stuff. And I was like, oh, okay. And I just kind of left it alone. And I was like, that's cool, man. I'm like, but I usually don't try to argue with atheists or people that want to like be contentious against Christianity. So I'll tell them what the facts are, and if they want to accept it, it's on them. If they don't, it's their choice. But one day we were standing around, and he's like, hey, Dan, he's like, I got a question about the Bible. And I was like, oh, okay. So I started talking to him, and he's like, I started dating this girl, and she wants me to go to church on Sundays. I was sitting in church, and I heard these things that I didn't understand, and I broke it down, and I was bringing up verses, Bible Hub, trying to break down what the meaning of the scriptures are, things that people think are contentious in scriptures. And then a week later, he came up to me, he's like, hey man, he's like, I just want to let you know, he's like, I gave my life to Christ. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, he's like, and I owe it to you. He's like, because you helped me understand some of the scriptures, the verses, and then it made sense. He said, I was looking at it like, oh wow, God's being like a dickhead here, why is he gotta be such an ass? And then I just broke it down to him through Bible Hub and stuff, the verses, and he was like, yeah, he's like, I'm a follower of Christ now. And I just thought that was so cool, man, but it was just like he was open to hear. But when these atheists or, people that call themselves theists or other stuff, and they're like, yeah, but I don't believe in the Sky Daddy's Bible, your version of God, I'm just like, okay, cool. And it's like, I'll argue with them and stuff like that, but I'm not genuinely trying to preach to them and tell them, evangelize, because I know they don't give a shit. And you can go in Andrew R's room and talk to freaking Piper all day about God, try to convince them and stuff, and they'll spit on you and just piss on you and tell you, yeah, fuck yourself, you're Sky Daddy. So I don't deal with that type of shit anymore. I tried talking to the atheists, and they were just so fucking abhorrent that I was just like, screw them. It's their choice. Jesus says, dust off our sandals and move on to the next town. We'll go to the people that actually want to know.
I'm just glad you're talking. I like Rich too, and I think he's messy, but I like him. And I was going to get my feelings hurt.
My problem is the same thing. I don't pull punches.
That's why I like you.
Yeah, somebody comes at me. My dad's the same way. I have that Peter, Peter, cape of the Bible. Somebody comes at me, I'm pulling out my sword and cut their ear off. And I know I shouldn't. But at the same time, it's like if you're going to come up and be like, oh, you're a faggot,
Peter's a great one. But you know what you could do? You could be just a teeny tiny little bit nicer to Monica.
Okay, listen. Here's the thing. This is the last thing I'm gonna say on this. I don't have any hatred for Monica. Even though I'm autistic and people are like, oh, people don't know how to read people. I am fucking hyper observant, and I think a lot of autistic people are hyper observant, but they usually can't like understand their observancy, what they're seeing and understanding. And like my son's like more autistic and on the spectrum than I am, but he picks up fucking everything. That little motherfucker, he'll do some bad shit, and I'll be like, Richie, stop. He'll turn around and smirk at me. You little son of a bitch, you knew what you were doing. Like,
Rich, do you know that like back months ago, you and is it Jerome? Is that his name? Jeremy
the atheist?
Yeah. Do you know Jeremy when he was using the all black background the same way that you were doing? Do you remember that?
I don't remember him doing that, but maybe.
Yeah. So, anyways, you guys used to both do it, and Kelly was the one that pointed it out. I couldn't tell you guys apart because, like, I thought it was one person. I didn't take the time to look at the bios, and you were doing fucking crazy shit, and I ended up blocking him. It was fucking crazy. And then you would fucking show up, and I'm like, I thought I blocked that asshole. And then Kelly explained to me that you guys were different people.
Oh, yeah. Jeremy's over there in the talking apes room. He's doing the Monica shit that you do, where you're like, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of Monica. She's okay, but, I'm not a big fan of her, but I'm, like, doing this, making it pretend like I'm in love with her, and, like, she's, like, the greatest thing since sliced bread to, like, fuck with people. And Jeremy's doing the same thing with the black people over there. And he's like, yeah, these filthy white people, these demon dog Edomites, and, I hate all these stuff. White Christians.
Hold on, let me clarify the Monica thing. I genuinely believe that she is intelligent. I genuinely believe that people think that think she's a racist, I think, are wrong. I understand why they say it, but they're just wrong. I've observed enough that I think she's a troll, and she trolls on the topic of race, and so it's very easy to confuse that. But I do think that people are incorrect about that. I think that she's actually got a good heart. I don't think that she's malicious. I don't think she wants to hurt people's feelings. And in fact, because I remember Monica before the trolls. I remember Monica when she was just like, popping into rooms and like, having conversations about Jordan Peterson or fucking Thomas Sowell, and she was kind of playing the straight person without trolling. And then when people on the app, when they get aggressive and they talk their shit or whatever, she was one of the people that when confronted with the idea that, like, I don't know, you like the grievance culture that, oh, you're white, well then ergo you must be racist. Her reaction to that, like, people say that to me all the time, and like, I'm of the opinion of like, okay, I know what I believe, what I don't believe, so I don't get moved by that stuff. I don't think she'd ever experienced that in the real world, and so I think because she's proud and because she's outspoken and she's willing to defend herself, what she's decided is she's going to push back on that. I think it just deeply offended her, and I don't need you to push back. I'll be finished in a second. You can just mute yourself. Thank you, lady. Anyways, I think Monica's misunderstood. The biggest mistake Monica's ever made, and I told her this, is when she would do rooms with Sean Coleman. Now, Sean Coleman is an absolute piece of shit, and I won't have this debate with anybody. I've already done that, but he's a piece of shit. And I told her, I go, look, you're different than he is. And then she's like, well, he's got the right to freedom of speech. And then I'm like, Monica, this isn't the fight you want. This is not the fight. He's different. Because Sean Coleman's also not stupid, but Sean Coleman actually hates people that are not like him. It like genuinely has contempt. But he he's able to do these things where he frames things in a way where he will push the envelope, push the envelope, push the envelope, and then if you try to stick it to him and say, that's very racist, then he'll go, oh, what did I say? But he gets into this whole, I don't know, like, he's a big believer in, like, the bell curve and shit like that. And he's just a fucking racist. And I had a tiff with Monica because she didn't listen to me. When I try to help somebody, and like in good faith, and so that was the only riff that Monica and I had where I was like, dude, that's a bad look. And she doubled down. Same thing happened with Sarah, but in a worse way, where Sarah would like love up on Pepe, and you guys could like Pepe, hate Pepe, whatever. Pepe's Pepe. I'm not convinced Pepe's a racist, by the way, but where I know that Sean Coleman is. I think Pepe is just an extreme troll. The thing is, it doesn't matter if he is a racist or not. He's so comfortable in letting the whole world believe that he's a racist that he might as well be a racist. And so it doesn't matter. Whether it's in his heart or soul, I don't know. But I do think that if you were to show me that Sean Coleman did something to harm people of color, wouldn't surprise me at all. If you showed me that Pepe did that would shock me. Like I think there's levels to this, and I don't think Monica's on those levels at all.
No, I don't. Roger, here's the thing. I don't think she's like a classical Ku Klux Klan neo-Nazi racist, but I think she espouses a lot of racist fucking shit, tropes and stuff. I mean, like I was saying about the Discord, people would be like, Monica's not racist, and I'm like, she literally just fucking posted Nick Fuentes bullshit on Nick Fuentes' fucking Twitter account, or like people that are adjacent to him that are like neo-Nazis, and she'll post these things about talking about like, statistical numbers of like black people committing violence, and then you click on the Twitter and you're like, oh, this is a fucking neo-Nazi fucking Twitter. Like, why does she keep posting neo-Nazi shit? And then she'll put in the Discord, she'll be like, oh yeah, the fucking North American pavement apes, talking about black people. Or she'll, sit there and do the mud shark shit. And that's why I always give her shit about mud sharks. Because she constantly posts in the fucking Discord, oh, these fucking mud shark fucking fat white women and shit. And I think she has like a white superiority complex that she believes that like there's a hierarchy that whites are better than everybody else.
But she's gonna get away with it because someone said that she has a black boyfriend.
She doesn't.
She's saying what she's saying, but it's not blanket. And as long as it's not blanket, everybody's not like me. I'm not gonna say anything.
So the last thing I'll say about this real fast is the one thing that fucking will set me off more than anything is when I can pick up on somebody's two-faced. If you're genuinely coming and you're like, yeah, I don't fucking like black people, or I don't like fucking Jews, I'm totally fine with that. Like, I believe freedom of speech. I hate when somebody comes in and they're like, oh, no, I'm not racist, but they're like North American pavement apes and mud sharks and like posting fucking Nazi fucking shit in the Discord. And I'm like, wait a minute, hey, like, did you guys see this fucking white fucking fat bitch who pretends to be nice is, on here fucking... Dude. Okay, I should have said that because I know
Honestly, listen, look, this is the issue, Rich. To make your point, you want to make the most extreme argument. Like, the fact that she's not even here, we probably shouldn't even be talking about her.
Yeah, I agree.
All I'm saying is that I think that people are wrong. I listen to people a lot, and I know you do too, and I've been on this app fucking, like, there was a time when I was on this fucking app 20 hours a day. Believe it or not, 20 fucking hours a day. Like, this was like crack for me in its prime. I listen to people, and I'm telling you, that is not a racist woman. She's a troll, and she's hilarious, and she's brilliant. I can say all these complimentary things, and I've told her I understand why people think that she's racist. But I know that she's not. I know that she's not.
So Jinx, the scientist chick, like cute black chick that married to the white guy and stuff. Jinx.
The one that's a scientist and drives.
Yeah, the scientist. Drives by spits on the homeless people. Like her, I called her out, and I kept telling her about it, like, this bitch is fucking two-faced, and they're like, no, she's not. She's really, really sweet. And then she got super pissed off because Nathan and them were fucked with her, and they never modded her up, and she's been in the room for like 6 months. and they were modding every other new chick that came in the room and saying, "Oh, Star is like the greatest fucking woman we've ever had here." And Jinx finally crashed out. She's like, I do all these game rooms and these like fun, things and stuff, and try to do all this amazing stuff, and you've never fucking modded me up, Nathan. And then she went from this sweet lady to sitting there saying, "Oh, Nathan, I think your fucking son has the extra fucking chromosome and is fucking retarded." Like, because his son in the background will start making like all kinds of noise and shit, and he'll be like, "Oh." It seems like he's autistic or something.
Don't let me hear that.
But yeah, she's like, why don't you go deal with your fucking 5-year-old son who can't even fucking know his ABCs? He probably has a fucking extra chromosome, Nathan. And then everybody's like, oh my gosh, she's such a terrible fucking person. I'm like, I've been telling you guys that for 6 months now.
They get down on Nathan. They said he owns a pineapple plantation, so he's polyamorous. They really give him shit. But he doesn't.
Hold on. Mistake number one is people going into that room. That's mistake number one.
I don't go in there anymore. They only ping me if I'm in someone else's room. But I haven't answered in months, so I don't think they pinged me lately.
For some reason, they have a nickname for me. They call me Blowjobs. I have no idea how I earned that name.
That's not good.
Yeah, they call me Blowjobs.
They want you to be like Nathan, because he's got a pineapple. They told me the history.
Chrissy, we're talking about chillism.
Yeah, they told me the history behind pineapple, because I hadn't thought about it. And they told me what it meant.
Oh, Christy, also to answer your question, not everybody, but I don't think Christy's here, is she?
Yeah, of course Christy's here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there she is. Yeah. Neurodivergent, autism spectrum disorder, Asperger's, ADHD, and ODD, oppositional defiant disorder. So, yeah, I can't speak for everybody else, though. But there is a lot of fucking autistic people on this app. She said everybody on this fucking app is neurodivergent.
Well, look, you can be neurodivergent, but I believe that just like autism lives on a spectrum, the spectrum is not what people think. It's like some people think it's severe, it's mild. There's a good autism where you can weaponize it and make it a superpower, and then there's an autism where fucking you can get nothing done and you're fucking hopeless. You take somebody like Io, I don't think he would be who he is without autism. Anytime people argue about the smartest people on this app, that guy, if we had to IQ test people, unless it's somebody I've just never seen on this app, I would put my money on Io's highest IQ.
Yeah, Ethan Muse, even Io concedes it, Ethan Muse, and he's actually a theist. Like, he believes in God. But what's wild about him, and a lot of people say he's LARPing as a theist, that he's a supposed Orthodox Christian and stuff like that, but he's probably one of the most brilliant people I've ever met. And he's so fucking beyond. You couldn't bring him in, and no offense, you couldn't bring him in here at Chillism, because just nobody would be able to track the conversation. It takes the Andrew R type rooms with a lot of guys that are fucking hyper intelligent, fucking autists, fucking retards. But when you get them around these guys that have fucking 5 PhDs and shit, even them, they're fucking impressed. And he's brought a lot of them from atheist to agnostic, or even from atheist to at least being a deist or a theist. It's wild.
I'll make a statement. Hopefully he's not listening, but I would imagine that John, future congressman, is among the top 1% highest IQ on this app. Nobody wants to talk about that though, because they're so mad at him for.
Yeah, he's a graduate of the Citadel. He served in the Army. He also worked for the Central Intelligence Agency. Then now he's got fucking mental health issues, and that's unfortunate. But I told him all that. I told him right in his face he does.
Yeah, you don't have to. That's yeah. I don't know.
He's admitted to it. That's what I'm saying.
You're across the line.
That's the 299 people that I have blocked, making 297 on somebody else.
Totally. And listen, the fact that he's on these stages every day now, there's nobody on this app that he trolled harder than me. Not a single person. He created YouTube channels in my name. He created multiple accounts in my name, houses in my name. Like I said, there's nobody that he so hard for.
I get messages almost every single day. I can't believe you're saying that was
Who's that from, JB?
I get them from everybody.
Joe B, for whatever reason, maybe because of her days at the NSA, she does not like John.
Well, I kind of like when they came out with the anonymous feature, it was just like, it's a moot point.
That's exactly where I was at.
Just no getting around it, and if you can't beat them, you gotta join them.
That is exactly what I said when I realized, like, somebody said, hey, John's streaming the room, and I was like, oh, okay, and I'm like trying to guess who it might be, and I used to be really good at figuring it out, and then it's like, and then the anonymous feature, like, I couldn't do it, and then it's like, so if I can't do anything about it, why would I even worry about it? Like you should not worry about the things you can't control.
Exactly. And the only reason I started mass blocking him is because he really ticked me off. He got removed. Somebody removed him from one of Ann and Monica's rooms one time. Because, that's what everybody did. And then he came in with another account, and he pretended to be this black guy. He comes up on the stage, and he's like, oh, it's not street favorite white women, blah, blah. He carried on this whole time. It took about 15 minutes before anybody picked up on the fact that it was actually him. I was like,
when I told Roger, I was like, hey, we should get John in here, he's running for Congress, all that shit. I called him and I was like, listen, John, I'm like, you gotta like fucking chill out. You can't come in here and crash out and and all this, like fucking, it's all a fucking psyop and a mind fuck and all this. And I'm like, you just gotta like chill out, dude. And he's like, okay, I'll try my best. And then now he's been in here for like how many weeks, and he's like totally normal. So he's doing really good. I'll give him props.
I believe he's totally normal.
My favorite room was earlier today when Anson and Moose have mob badges and John's crashing out and fucking Anson trying to be patient because he doesn't want to kill the vibe of the room, so he let him go longer than he wanted to, and then he's just like, okay, we got to move on, you're off topic.
The only time that you could get John back in the day to like get serious and like stop trolling and messing around and just being silly and shit was whenever it came up to Israel, Gaza shit. He would like drop the whole fucking facade of the charade, and he'd be like, all right, listen here, you fucking Palestinian piece of shit. And he would just go off, and we're like, oh wow, this is like normal John, this is amazing. But yeah, he's one of the sweetest guys on here.
Well, there were two things that won me over. The first was the acceptance that I couldn't do anything. The app, they created these rules where, I've had these conversations with them privately as well as publicly on the app. Like, hey, I don't put on replays. People, will open up more when they're not being recorded. And like you're violating their privacy and their desire to not be recorded. And so like I had a problem with it because I was going out of my way to make sure that this was a room that didn't have replay. So once Clubhouse made that a moot point, it's like, oh, okay, well, I can't be mad at that. So then once I accepted that, I started looking at some of the stuff he was doing. People started sending me shit, and I was looking at what he was putting on YouTube with the Mirrors room. And I'm telling you, I think there's a legit possibility that if a security agency, whether in this country or somewhere else, were to listen to a Mirrors room, I think like arrests would be made. And like I don't want to overstate this, but I think that there's a world in which the streaming of audio on Clubhouse onto YouTube, he may end up, as much as people might not like the tactics, he may end up becoming the hero of this story. MGK, you're on the spectrum too, right, brother?
Shit, probably.
like slightly. You got a touch of the tisms, right?
You know, I've been thinking about it lately, and I think it seems likely it's a little bit of a three things, which is like maybe a little bit of autism. I'm not so sure about that. But definitely ADHD and a little bit of, you know, a flavor of OCD too. You know, that's pretty much it for me though. But yeah, a mix of all those. That's sort of but to me, for me, they're like definitely a superpower to the point where it just helps me. It actually helped me think through things as clear as possible. I'm very OCD about sort of logical consistency and things like that. So yeah, I definitely use it to my advantage.
Do you guys remember Tommy? Serendipity, you gotta remember Tommy.
Yes, I do.
So that would be an example of bad autism, where it's just like the record skips and it's on the worst song.
Monica and Tommy were buddies for a while there too.
Yeah, that was another one of her questionable moves. But again,
she doesn't like it when you tell her who she shouldn't associate with, and she will dig 10 toes deep.
Especially because she arrives at this thing of like, I believe in free speech. Like, and so if you challenge her on her association, that's what she digs in. And she will, when she gets dug in, then she'll ignore the obvious red flags of why it should be a problem. Tommy, when houses were first created, we had this concept called a lobby, where you had no moderation tools. You couldn't mute people, you couldn't move people, you couldn't remove them from the room, you couldn't do anything. And he pops in there and he realized, like, oh, they can't do anything, right? And so he just goes on this anti-Semitic rant. It was crazy. It was like it was almost scary, like how he was going, and he was going after Abby, and I was frustrated because it was in my house, but it was in the lobby, so I couldn't do anything. And thankfully, the one good thing that Joe Armenia has ever done is he came in the room. That room blew the fuck up. This was like, you know, post prime of Clubhouse, where, you know, if you get like, you know, 100 people in a room, you're doing really good. There was like over 1,000 people in the fucking room, and Joe Armenia, I think, showed up just to see, hey, what's going on, and it was like the only lobby that ever really blew up, and this ruined the concept of it. I think they rethought it when they realized, like, oh shit, what if somebody's crashing out hard like this? So Tommy got clipped in real time in front of everybody, like mid sentence, and so and he's never been on the app to my knowledge since then. So I think they got a nice little device level block, and so he's been gone, but he was a dickhead.
My biggest frustration with her was over Ollie Alexander.
Ollie Alexander's another one. I remember Ashlyn, who nice but naive girl. No, she shouldn't hate her. She's a naive girl. She wants to believe the best in people, and somebody that, you know, that was charismatic and was captivating a space that she was in showed her attention, and he won her over, and like. And so, I mean, like, he uses those same skills to groom little boys, but he won over her, and he won over Jazzy, probably some other people, but really got them like knee deep in his shit, and that was kind of sad, because Ashlyn was, I genuinely think she was a nice person, but she was very easily led, and
she's super nice, right? I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
she's
just so naive.
I should say I hate listening to her talk, because she never makes any fucking point. She doesn't really know what she's talking about. She just kind of buys into all the shit, like you're saying, the naivete, and she just buys it hook, line, and sinker, just runs with it, and then just rambles on for like fucking. And people let her ramble for like 30 minutes, and I'm like, God, when is she gonna shut up so somebody can like read the facts?
Rich, I don't know if you want to share, but like, your oldest kid, how old?
7.
Okay, so when your kids become like teenagers or beyond that, like, there's a possibility, I hope not, and with you around, maybe not. It could be that the kid would be naive. What I saw with Ashlyn was like, this is somebody's daughter. You know what I mean? And I felt like there was no real helping her because she was so naive that she's going to fall for everybody's bullshit. And like, you could try to give her advice, but she's the kind of person that if somebody said, hey, want some candy, come get in the van, she would have been in the van. She would have took the candy. And that was what fucking scared me for her, was like, she was in all the spaces with the worst fucking people, and then what happens? She leaves the app and like literally followed the worst people, like into her personal life, like deeply involved with some of the worst people. And I don't think she's
back on air now.
Is she really?
Yeah, she's in JD's room all the time, and he lets her talk for like fucking 30 minutes. She'll just get up. She's like, can I say something? Then she just it like makes no point.
Oh wait, are you sure? Are you talking about Ashley or Ashlyn?
Ashlyn, the black lady who's was this special different lady?
No, Ashlyn is a white girl from Texas.
Oh no, okay. Do you know who Ashlyn is? She's the guy that she has all the fucking Special Olympics. I don't know what she's got to be.
Oh, you're talking about Ashton.
Which one?
The black
Ashton. Ashton. Oh my God, that lady. Oh yeah, she's so fucking dumb.
Yeah. You know it's funny. Ashton's also nice, but I can take
Ashton, that's her name.
I can take maybe 35 seconds of her.
Yeah, and they just let her go. When any state she's on, they make her a mod or something. They just let her. She's like, I'd like to say something. Ashton does, and she'll just sit there for like 30 minutes and ramble on. And everybody's in the chat like, half the people are like, oh wow, we love Ashton, and then the other half are like, dude, like somebody shut her the fuck up. Like everything she's saying is just fucking wrong. But yeah, she's indoctrinated as shit. She's like far lefty, hates Trump. I mean, it's just fucking terrible.
But she does have a cool Southern accent. You gotta give her that.
Yeah. I like I said, I'm 20 seconds in listening to her, and I leave the room.
She's somebody that when I had the old profile, I had blocked at one point because I didn't have the heart to be mean to her, but I couldn't put up with it, so I just blocked her.
Yeah, I can't really be mean to her publicly either, because she's like, you know, I got 4 college degrees and a PhD, and I got 7, medals in the Special Olympics, and blah blah blah. And she just starts talking. I'm like, oh God, I can't do it.
What do you guys want to talk about on Monday in the rational discussion group? What are we going to do? I don't think we're going to copy Gary's room again. I think, but we will do it at the same time, just to make sure that people have an alternative to that space. What's the topic you think we should do on Monday?
Oh no, Ashton. What do you guys want to talk about?
What's something spicy?
Have John live stream on yours room and talk about that stuff. You want it spicy?
I don't know how to frame it in a title, but I do think this Epstein thing is very weird. The observation that I have is the cognitive dissonance where Democrats will look at the Epstein thing and go, yeah, we need to get into the files because we need to show that Donald Trump, he was on the Epstein list. And then Republicans are just like, we don't really care that Donald Trump knew Epstein, but man, that fucking Bill Clinton was sure good friends with him. And like, is both of them want to weaponize the Epstein list for their political enemies, but nobody wants to accept that their political heroes are also there. And so it's like, it's pretty funny when you see the dueling photographs
of like, you have, the Democrats will show Trump with Epstein, and then it'll be, the photo of Clinton with Epstein. Why can't we just say that they're all a bunch of fucking weirdos? I don't get why we can't say that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Like, if anything does come out of Trump being on the Epstein list, you think it's like Trump like being all weird? Like, think the rest of them, were probably into like fucking 13-year-olds and shit, or do you think maybe they got a girl that's like 17 and a half, and they're like, yeah, she's 20, Trump, or 19, and he had fucked her, and then they're like holding it against him and shit. Like, I get this.
Here's the thing, right?
I just can't picture Trump with like a 13-year-old little girl and be like, yeah, 13-year-old.
Here's the thing. Clearly, whatever's happening on that island, it was designed to be like fantasy island for the rich and famous, right? Like whatever you wanted, this is the place that you could go and you'd be away from everybody and you could do what you want to do. I don't think that means that everybody was diddling kids. I think that they probably sex trafficked adults in there too. But I do think that the mere fact that they're all so connected with them, like if we were watching this as a movie, right? Forget about like your political ideology. Like you're watching a movie about fictitious, presidential, former presidents, current presidents, and you're watching it. You'd just be watching with horror and saying like, oh man, all these guys are sick. Why are they all with this fucking dude? Like you would have much more moral clarity if you were watching a movie, but people like get weird about it because, oh well, I like what Trump's doing politically in this way, so I'm going to disregard the fact that he's got a fucking crazy relationship with a known sex trafficker.
Yeah, but you also have to make the argument for like, for example, I'm not saying this is true, but if somebody in healthy debates who's a big time moderator has been in prison, if we found out that person was like a diddler, like would every person in that room be guilty by association for like going into that room every day and everybody who's the moderator's guilty, like just for being friends with that person? Like, I mean, it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily diddling kids. And I mean, if it came out that Trump fucked a girl that he thought was 19, 20, 20 years ago, and he thought the girl was fucking 20, and it turns out she's 17 years old and 9 months old, like, I don't think that's a big deal. But if he's fucking like 13, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, then yeah, like, hang this motherfucker. And hang all of them. But, I mean, that is some shady shit that they could have done, too. I mean, they'd be like, yeah, she's 20, then he knocks her bottom out, and then they're like, oh yeah, she was actually 17, Trump. Now you're going to do our bidding. Like, I don't think I would be like enraged if she's like almost 18 or something.
I agree that I think that just because there were assistants doesn't mean that they were necessarily all involved in the diddling of the kids, but I do find it very hard to believe that they didn't all know about it.
Oh yeah, I think they all knew about it, but allegedly Trump said, and what a lot of people say around him is that once he found out, he told them to fuck himself, to like ban him from all places. But that might not be the true story. It might not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I knew a guy.
Conspiracy theory about the Epstein files too.
So real quick, I was just going to mention, one of my dad's best friends was a police chief in Florida, and his son ended up he was like 15 and she was like 14 or something, or 13 when they started dating, and then they dated all the way through high school and middle school and all that kind of stuff. And then when he was like 20 years old and she was like still 17 and a half, the mom, just the way the law is in the state of Florida, that the parent is the one who gives parental consent for somebody to have sex with a girl who's 16 and over. From 16 to, up to 18, the parents have to be like, yeah, I'm totally fine if you're 19 and you're fucking like 17. So they ended up breaking up, and the mother called the police and had him criminally charged, and he's now a registered sex offender. So that's what I would say about the 17 chick.
Yeah. I have a little conspiracy theory about the Epstein files. I think that they passed through so many hands. I think so many people are implicated in it that when Trump was out, you know, talking about the fact that he would declassify them and share them, I think that they wanted to ensure mutual destruction if he released it on all of them. And I think there's a good likelihood that they potentially maybe embellished some of the information in there that included him, because I don't know, I don't get child pedo vibes from him. I don't really care for him on a lot of personal levels, but I just don't get the child pedo vibes.
And Trump also kind of contradicted himself. The story about Mar-a-Lago kicking out Jeffrey Epstein because they got reports from, one of the residents there that he was being a little weird around one of the younger kids. He came out relatively recent, I want to say within the past week or two, recounting that story, but it was different. He mentioned that it was because Ghislaine was stealing staff from, I guess, his massage area within Mar-a-Lago, and it happened twice, and I think one of the individuals that was apparently taken from the Mar-a-Lago staff was Virginia Coupre, the girl that came out as the accuser later on.
So could it have been one of the other, could it have been a compilation of the two things happening?
Yeah, to your point, I think it could have been one of those entrapments where, maybe his staff hired somebody that was illegal, so it's not necessarily that it was anything sexual, but it could be that it was just kind of dubious hiring practices along with just the connection with this guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like they talk about, the Polish workers and stuff, and he's like, listen, he's like, I own the fucking company who did the contract work on that building, but then the company who was a contractor who worked for us was the one who employed all the illegal Polish, immigrants or whatever, the undocumented Polish immigrants and stuff, and then they ended up getting sued, and because he was the one building the building, he was financially responsible, and then he fought it in court. So I mean, it's like, just because you hire a contractor and they have a bunch of fucking illegals working for you, I mean, yeah, you are technically liable for it, but I mean, it's not like Trump was sitting there going, yeah, bring in a bunch of fucking illegal Polacks,
Yeah, and I think he's also worried about, I think the bigger angle is just the public opinion, and then, what that will mean for his power going forward.
I just think if there's actually something about Trump, why didn't they release it when he was running for president? Why would they hold?
Exactly.
Why would they hold it back until now? Like it's going to make a difference. Why take it to court, put all these charges against him for something completely different? If you guys had beef on Trump.
Oh, Harry, when you first started talking, you sound like Marshall there. Like, I don't see Marshall.
Oh, hell no, bro.
Like, Harry. You did
I'm not right now.
You initially started, yeah, I know, you're not a fucking GW fan, like me, you and I. But, yeah, I initially thought it was fucking Marshall.
So I do think, Harry, that you're right, that if they had the smoking gun, they would have released it. I mean, these are the same people that tried to get him thrown in jail, thrown off the ballot, tried to kill him. Of course, if they had this smoking gun, they would have released it. That being said, Trump being uncomfortable releasing it means that one of two things. Either there's some association that he's uncomfortable with sharing, probably not, enough to hang himself, or there's friends that he wants to protect, right? He's either protecting himself or protecting others. And by the way, I don't think there's going to be enough to prosecute anybody. The burden of proof of what you would need to prosecute powerful people like that it would be crazy. And I just don't think any of these people would ever go to jail. And that's the thing that we should change is that politicians should not be above the law, especially when it comes to this kind of shit.
Yeah, I would say that the likelihood was probably that Trump looked at the list and he's like, yeah, we're going to hang these motherfuckers out the drive. Like, this person, oh shit.
Yeah, he probably looked down the list and he's got a golf buddy and he's just like, oh fuck, I can't.
Yeah, some fucking billionaire that donated to his campaign or some shit. He's like, fuck.
I mean, it also could be a double-edged sword where it would take out both sides equally. and there's really no like net benefit for one side, or it could even be outside of our own borders, and there could be a foreign angle that we're looking at. So it's kind of wild.
Well, the other possibility is if you've read his book, he's always talking about leverage, and he's always talking about gaining leverage in order to be able to make a deal. There might be other things that there could be people on there that he's protecting for the fact that he can get something in return. Hey, I'll make sure that this stuff never sees the light of day, but you're going to have to help me here. And maybe he gets something in return.
Yeah, he might be one of these congressmen and senators, and he's like, hey, let them know we know what's on the list. Ah, fuck. Well, I guess we're going to pass that big, beautiful bill now.
All we know is that they're part of the royal family was on that list or had ties to the island. Like you said earlier, Bill Clinton, other high-ranking people as well. People in Congress and Senate that, like you said, probably doesn't want to hang him out to dry. And I think honestly, I think he looks at it as the best interest for the country, because if he was to put some of these people out to hang him out to dry, it could cause, who knows? I mean, it could cause turmoil here, on both sides.
Well, you also have to take into consideration that handle this whoever the fucking controls the Clinton, like is able to fucking kill whoever the fuck they want. I mean, how good is the Secret Service if you hang Bill Clinton fucking dry? Like, Donald Trump might end up on a park bench with clean fucking socks, shoot himself.
Actually, I don't even think that's the worst of his worries. Like at the level that you are, that Trump's at, they've tried to kill him. He's a fucking 80-year-old man. I think the thing that he's got to worry about is that if he really fucks around, like they could go after his kids. Like that I think that's the leverage that they would have over him, because and by the way, he talks a good game, like he's tough and he's going to deal with all this shit. We will find out how tough he is when we figure out what he's going to do dealing with Putin. The put up or shut up moment for Trump in all of his presidency is going to be the way that he deals with Putin. And it might not be pleasing to everybody, including me, but if he fucking bends over for Putin, that will be that will be his legacy. He's got an opportunity to look him in the eye and do some real fucking American shit. And I'm hoping he does. But Daniel, thanks for coming up. You disagreed with some things in the chat. Wanted to hear from what you guys think.
Hey, it's pretty often that when I come into your rooms, I'll be in opposition or get booted or whatever. I appreciate the opportunity to say.
Wait, hold on. Who would boot you?
Occasionally in this room, I've not been welcome. So anyway, it's okay. We're here in the present. I guess the question.
You're in the muff. Everybody's welcome in the muff.
Thank you, man. I want to ask you, what would constitute him standing up to him in a way that you would consider satisfactory? Would you say that?
I think he needs to make the American position clear of what the expectation is, and he needs to ask, what will it take? Where's the off ramp? Act. Stop. He needs to determine where the off ramp is for Putin. This thing can't continue forever, and Putin has to go home and have a victory at home. He's got to be able to have a parade and say, "Look what I did! I'm so great." And I don't know what that looks like. If it means taking all of Ukraine, that's an unacceptable thing. And I think that what Trump has to do is draw a clear fucking line in the sand, and let Putin know that we're not gonna fucking let him as a tyrant just take over another sovereign nation. I think that's the line in the sand that he has to make. But there may be a concession, and there may be a concession that Zelensky is ready to make, but there's got to be a line in the sand that he tells Putin not to fucking cross, and he's got to be willing, if Putin crosses it, to escalate to whatever extent that means.
Okay, so, obviously, national sovereignty has to be respected in some way with a little give and take. So, like, you'd be okay with a little bit of Crimea, let's say, and everybody go home. Something like that.
I think at this point, even if they were to take away take back the breakaway provinces that have Russian loyalists, but there'd have to be some crazy security assurances. There would have to be there would have to be some things, because here's what has to happen. In order for this thing to end, Zelensky needs to be able to, well, actually Zelensky will leave, but whoever comes to power has to be okay with whatever the deal was from the Ukraine side. Putin has to be able to go back home and not have people say, wait a minute, you killed all these Russian soldiers and this is all you got. So everyone's got to get their fucking, to be able to save face. Like the Japanese are famous for this, right? They could surrender, but they had to save face. And so they got to, what Trump needs to do is figure out what does that look like, where Zelensky can look like he put up a good fight, and wow, Ukrainians should be proud for we stood up to the Russians, and Putin's got to get a similar victory, and then Trump has to be able to have his victory lap, at least with his supporters. They all have to get that, and if you don't have that, then you have no deal. But Trump has to be careful to not give up something that encourages future tyrants.
Has anybody, in all the time you've been on Clubhouse from Ukraine, ever been in any of your rooms, by any chance?
Oh yeah, we used to have people in there all the time. When the SITREP room it ended after Piotr took his victory lap and made it sound like he was the creator of that room, which he wasn't. No, a lot of the people that were highly plugged in. In fact, the best information that came out of Ukraine, I don't know if you guys remember Denny, but Denny was the guy that was piping in all that up to the minute information, and so that Denny was the reason that room was good. And then you had a couple other moderators that didn't have their head completely up their ass like Piotr.
I'm sure you've got this impression. I work with Ukrainians on a weekly basis. I discovered recently the way we have like ceasefire and peace, they have two words, but the way in which they're different says a lot. One is for the cessation of hostilities, another is when the invaders leave. They have to come up with a word in their culture for when the invaders leave, because they've been invaded for so many hundreds of years. I guess you've probably got the impression I certainly have is those people will never give up under any circumstances.
No, you would have to completely take away their ability to fight.
Yeah, I just don't see it in any circumstance at all that happening. So much so that there's massive set of climate funding that the European Union set aside, and they moved almost, but not all of it, almost all of it to Ukraine to defend Ukraine when the United States slowed down. There is so much steel will out there that I don't think is being quite fully appreciated. Let me put it that way. I won't call it reported, but fully appreciated. I definitely think in a minute Zelensky would leave if he thought that there was going to be a way to secure peace. I don't have a shred of doubt of that. I talk to people who talk to him frequently. The thing more, though, that I'm stricken by is when I've met people from there is this core of, they are going to fight to the last person to keep their land. I think they would compromise on Crimea at this point, though, if they had to, which would be very painful for them, but I think they would.
Way to bring into the room of conversation. I don't know what we just did, but we'll see. We'll see what he stands up for.
Well, I thought the most interesting part, at least, what Putin proposed before the meeting that's going to be coming up, I guess, in Alaska, where they agreed upon, is that the territories that he's claiming as part of the deal have decreased from what they were before. So I don't know if Putin's come to the table with his legs or with his tail between his legs, or if he's starting to kind of realize the pressure a little bit more. But it'd be interesting to see what comes of it.
Besides the territory, though, guys, which is whether they can make the deal requiring or not requiring Ukraine and NATO to agree never to be part of NATO. This is fundamental for Putin. And I highly doubt that they'll ever agree to that. I think they're at a reconcilable difference there.
Sorry for my silence. It's creating a poll so we could get our thoughts out there. The poll is posted, though. Welcome back to the room, John.
Yeah, thank you, man. I haven't jumped around Clubhouse for a long time, come back, and I don't know what the hell that is, and what the messages, they got DMs and all, and then I look at all, there's rooms that I follow. What is that about?
If you have houses that you follow, it's houses that you follow. Yeah. Some people can add you or invite you, and it'll show up, and you kind of have to click on it to like reject it and opt out, and then it won't show. So if you don't want to show it, like you could join a house, or it'll show until you reject the invite.
Right. So all those messages in the all, right, are houses that I follow, but those are conversations of the houses.
Yeah, it's not just rooms anymore, Timac. So you can post messages for your house. People can pick them up anytime they want.
Oh, I see.
Group message.
Like a newsletter almost.
Yeah, an audio message.
Okay. But okay, so what do you think, Roger? Is much better? I like little things. I like some of the little things. Is it much better in comparison to
I think the poll feature is an advancement, but I don't like the fact that, for example, Daniel selected Russia troop withdrawal, and I can see it. It should be a secret ballot. This would be better. I also don't like that once we get to about 8 or 9 votes, the percentages will add up to 102% rather than 100%. They don't even do math well. I don't like that when you give the choices, you have to have at least 5 characters in the choices you give. So you can't even set up a simple yes/no poll. I also don't like that when you respond to the poll, the poll response will sit on your profile. I think there's a lot of people that would be responding to this, especially questions like, hey, what's your favorite sexual position? I think once people know that that's going to be on their profile, and for who knows how long, I think there's just a few tweaks that they need to make, but I think all in all, it's still a good feature. I'm glad they added it.
Right. Everybody's brain stops at just sexual position.
Everybody's thinking about the wall.
It's really cool to hear you break that down, Roger, because I'm building some features of what's in here on another application, which is filled with surveys and questions and things there. And hearing you break that down was really perfect for me. So that was cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I think being anonymous, or at least having the choice to toggle, like, do we want to see it? Do we not want to see it?
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I'd like to put all the answers in a pool, and anybody can query it any damn way they want to, not just like administrators or something. You know, anonymously, of course. Like, how many people have used the word sexual position in the last 48 hours or something like that?
It's been used in this room quite a bit in the last 48 hours.
There you go. See, I don't need the artificial intelligence when I have Roger.
T-shirt.
There's always people in the audience and people on stage, and the people that talk on the stage, for the most part, you'd say they feel comfortable talking in public. Do you think the people in the group or in the audience are shy, or do you think they're just? What do you think?
Well, it depends on who we're talking about. Like Jimmy, for example, he's not shy. He's actually, I disagree with him on a few things, but he's like a smart guy and not shy at all. And if he were awake or the conversation grabbed him, he would be in this for sure. Christy, once upon a time, was not a chat warrior. Christy would get on stages, and I think Christy is one of the folks that, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I'm guessing that if she were in a room and felt it was, I don't know, felt comfortable enough, she will raise her hand when she has something to say. But one of the powers that Christy has is she doesn't get paid by the word. For some reason, some people think they're getting paid by the word here. And so if Christy's got something to say, she'll add it to the chat. If she really wants to jump in, she'll raise her hand and she'll do that. But I think there's some spaces where, rightfully so, people don't feel safe. And like this room, if we're being 100% honest, sometimes we can get a little obnoxious, and there's a little more leeway for trolls and things like that. And so Christy doesn't suffer fools. She doesn't put herself in a situation where somebody might be rude to her. Like, why not stay in the chat so she doesn't have to deal with that kind of crap. So, but I think if she felt super safe and it was a small room and it was a topic that she wanted to add to, like I've heard her add. She's brilliant, by the way. She's one of the more well-read people that I've seen on this app. So.
Maybe you should do a poll, real quick. Maybe you should do a poll when the room's larger, more people in the audience, and say what would make you come on stage. I'm a little bit more like with Christians. Sometimes I'll go in the room just to listen. I think there might be 50% are like that, and they're just not in the mood to go up on stage. And if they wanted to, they could. But then I think there's 50% people that just are, don't want to get into any conflict and this kind of thing. So it'd be interesting when you have a big room to do a poll about that.
That's a good idea. Maybe we'll do some fun polls on Monday when we bring back the Rational Discussion Group, which starts at 2 p.m. Pacific Time, 5 p.m. Eastern.
So why would Ukraine give up territory is a question. So we just asked. So, Tim, I've been producing performers for a long time.
Time up. It's okay. It's time up. Yeah.
Ah, thank you. Sorry for that.
You should have.
We should.
Yeah.
You're right. I should. Thank you for the reminder. Say it one more time, please.
Time up. Don't say it wrong again, all right, buddy? Just kidding.
Dude, I get your line in the sand. Your identity's intact. So, I've been producing performers for a long time, and I've noticed something on Clubhouse through the whole history of Clubhouse. There are really remarkable examples of people who never found any stage that they could be on, but they could be on Clubhouse, and now in real life they can. That's happened a lot. There's something about the audio only thing that creates, for some people, this amazing sense of safety. And we all have our stories of people who've done, amazing things from the relationships they've made on this app. And I think there's a certain kind of safety, intimacy, something, familiarity, some weird thing I don't really know how to describe. Just noticing it.
Abby's here. Let's bring Abby up. Abby did
I would love to know if Abby thinks it's a good idea to hire into the FBI people who were convicted for January 6 crimes and pardoned. I'd like to know if she thinks that's a good idea by any party.
Well, hold on, but convicted of what on January 6th? There was all kinds of individual crimes that happened on January 6th. Which crimes are you concerned about?
Any of them on January 6th that would end up in the FBI to me would be a witch.
Any of them? Like what? Like so what if you were at a protest for the first time in your life, and the crowd was moving forward, and you follow the crowd, and you find yourself now caught up on trespassing charges? You think that person should always have this scarlet letter?
How about this? Rather than that hypothetical, how about we look at the real example of the person they did actually hire and actually put into those jobs, and let's compare, and you and I can look at it and see whether you think if that was done by the other party, you'd be considering that was okay.
I think that's a good point, but that's also a deviation from your first question.
Well, it isn't. Well, I'm the one to ask the question, so maybe
right. When I asked you, when I qualified it for any of the things, when I asked you about all of the people, and you said it didn't matter what they did, and
it doesn't matter. That's the whole thing.
There's some people that were arrested for January 6th that weren't even fucking there.
Okay. If anybody wasn't there, if there's anybody in that category, I'd totally give it to you, it'd be fine. But I don't think we're going to find that that's the case. So I'll go dig it up. And
wait, you don't know that to be true?
Oh no, I definitely know. I'm just getting you the actual reference. Hold on.
Make sure the reference is from an unbiased source when you get the reference. Make sure the news outlet is not a biased news outlet.
Sure. I'm going to make sure I get it from more than one, actually.
But more than one, as long as you're not getting it from, start with MSNBC. Just don't go there. Try to get one from an unbiased source.
Sure.
So here's the issue. I have January 6th. I have no problem with arresting and charging people for committing crimes. If somebody commits a crime, arrest them. Take them into court. I do think that they more heavily prosecuted it because they catastrophized the idea that it was a quote-unquote insurrection. I think that anyone that uses that term is not a serious person, period, point blank, period. They're exaggerating the point. And I will say this, as someone that thinks that, that the government could use some rebuke from time to time from the people, should we ever get an insurrection, I hope it does not look like that. I would hope that if there was an insurrection, that it wouldn't just be a guided tour. I would hope that that there would be some intentionality behind it, rather than just what we saw. I think if that was an insurrection, then we're the worst, insurrection. We've fallen off since 1776. I'll put it that way.
Oh, hey, Abby, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, on the UCLA, something I was
Don't change the subject, Jesus Christ.
I'm not. I'm just trying to get clarification real fast, so we can go right back. On the UCLA thing that they're pushing, on the just real quick, the UCLA thing where they're trying to push for
Fight through it.
So the UCLA's
we're not talking about this, Rich. You jump in the room. There's a conversation going on.
I think Abby was there. I got all excited. I was like, yeah.
No, that's fine. I got excited when she came in the room too. But now we have a topic. We're talking about January 6th. Stay on topic.
Oh, I thought it was about Ukraine and Russia. Sorry.
Now, well, things move fast over here. When you're in the muff, things are in and out.
I'll send you the back channel link.
Okay. So am I supposed to
First
answer
of all,
this question, Daniel? Is that what
I
you?
have to first of all correct myself on the record of whether he was convicted. He was not convicted. So let's be clear. I was wrong about that. He was due to be on trial apparently within a matter of days after Trump got elected. But there is a video that is referenced, which people can look at, stating why he was going to be on trial. Now,
When you have an innocent man.
by the law, you're right, he's an innocent man.
Correct.
If you had a video of somebody on the left who is performing the same thing, that's all the measure that I'm asking, would you think
What was the
would you think it wise, hold on, let me finish my question. Would you think it wise for the FBI to hire that person?
First of all, what was he doing in the video? I mean, the FBI, just like any government agency,
Okay.
that's people.
Let me finish. You asked the question. Apparently, if it proves to be true, he was urging rioters to kill law enforcement at the Capitol and face 6 counts.
How did he encourage them to kill?
It's on video. You could look at it on the video for yourself.
Okay, what's he say in the video?
I'll let the video speak for itself.
Well,